go.
I thought you got a cold.
No, that's totally blocked. Welcome to the Out There channel, live stream 322. We've got Rob with us and Charles. Talking about UFO cases on this Sunday, USA. Hopefully the audio's alright. We did some checks, had to do some new system updates. Hopefully we got a wee bit more speed. Although it's already hit 100%. Let us know as the audio crackles. I mean,
I'll tell you.
You probably might not hear it because we often don't this side of Google.
Well, I heard yours the other day.
Yeah, I didn't hear it though, so I'm not sure why you got to hear it. Maybe you were just lucky.
Good hearing.
We only got 2 people on by the looks of it. I think everybody's sleeping or working. Oh yeah, they'll probably come along. Area 51, I think he's probably in the ambulance. Yo, it's not too bad. Seems a wee bit better. Just seeing that we got about 5% more CPU, so we'll see how it goes. There he is, Mr. Area 51.
Talk of the devil.
Yep, looks like we're at hello degree. Good to be back. Good to be back. Sing along, guys. Good to be back. Hello. Okay, someone's playing back feedback there, Robert. Okay, the rules are basic. No hardcore swearing. Be civil to each other. No self-promotions. No posting links without permission. And starting drama on the side. My nose is all bunged up, so I'm probably going to get a dry mouth. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. We got Robert and Charles with us.
Hi guys.
And you can see the stats are still going upwards.
Hello, Charles. Hello, Paul.
So just type up the welcome message. CPU's plug in a wee bit when I did that. We had to found some more tweaks in Minicam and just give them a try out, see how they go. If it starts crashing, don't go away. Hopefully I can undo anything and try it again. It might improve actually, so that's what I'm hoping. Sunday UFO cases. So yesterday's one we got caught out a wee bit on the video analysis. That MUFON case, there was some extra information that we didn't know about. That'll do. So it wasn't actually a real UFO in the end, unfortunate. But that's always the way it goes. We'll keep looking until we find. Very disappointing. Apparently there wasn't even a flying wing in it.
I have to say, like, yeah, you know, it could be a technology that's maybe thousands or millions of years ahead of us. I don't think it's going to hand itself in. I don't think you're going to find any smoking gun evidence. Do you know what I mean? With a flying saucer with aliens in the cockpit. You know, I think you're clutching at straws and flogging a dead horse, basically looking for stuff like that.
I actually thought it was I thought it was a black ops.
There's no harm in trying, but I honestly don't think these guys like taking their picture taken.
No, that's why I believe it was a Black Ops flying saucer, because it matched pretty identical to 3 patents we looked at, didn't it? So that's why it was a hoax. Someone had created it, an artist rendering, and they created it based on those patents, I believe, and made up a story, tried to sell it to MUFON, so they could sell it to a TV show. So yeah, but we find out these things, you know. There's hoaxes out there always trying to make money off the UFO field, and we either think we've found the smoking gun evidence, which turns out to be a fraud in the end. So, but yeah, I should have noticed something there at the end, but I was a bit tired. When I did some analysis at the end and zoomed in, it should have popped out to me that it was a wee bit washed out, the image. So, but like I said at the beginning, I'm not too familiar with photographs. But when you take photographs of photographs, that's where information is lost, and you think, oh well, you can get away with washed out stuff. Because remember, Gulf Breeze looked a wee bit suspect, but then you had Bruce Maccabee give him a stereo camera, which he got another photograph, and he said it was definitely legit and a big size craft. So, is it real or is it not? You know, when you get that information like that, and surely you'd know if it was a stereo photograph how far away it was. Then you can estimate the size of it. You can't sort of dismiss it. Then you know what I mean? Changes it completely.
I think with Gulf Breeze, NICAP put a lot of time into that. Apto decided this guy was hoaxing all the stuff, and they stopped spending the money on it.
Yeah,
it's a difficult one because there was what we call a UFO flap, UFO wave at that time in Gulf Breeze. So lots of the people had sightings, and there was other photographs as well. But it's kind of strange how one man managed to capture so much stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Unless he was kind of the focal point of the incident. I don't know. I'm very much on the fence, and I'm highly suspicious of those Gulf Breeze photographs, to be honest.
Yeah.
And of course, there was that bit where they found the model in his garage when he moved house. And people say that was planted, but I don't know. I'm suspicious about.
But
Yes, it does look suspicious, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Those photographs do look suspicious, but Bruce Maccabee with a stereo one, and when you get stereo, you know how you can see if it's a small object in front of the screen, where it's a big one, right? You should be able to.
Yes, okay. But let's be honest now. Ed Walters, that was the guy who took the photographs. His name's Ed Walters. Yeah, Edward Walters. Bruce Maccabee offered the book with him, so there was kind of motive there, possibly.
But you got to remember, he had put his analysis in before the book offer come on the table.
Yes.
So Bruce had already summed up the case and gave his opinion without any money being offered. People forget that. He wasn't sort of given money and then changed his mind to work with the guy and all that sort of stuff. And then that would be suspicious and dishonest in my book. You know.
Paul, I think you mentioned a few videos back about third eye. If you remember, being a recorder on your head. Yeah. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the only genuine way that you're going to catch a UFO, because you can catch them with your eyes, but the camera's not going to catch them. I mean, that one that I saw up there, I couldn't catch up with the camera. It was just too quick.
Yeah.
It's only like a third eye, I think you're going to catch it with.
Yeah, but we're going to have to get the technology up there. Remember, I talked about the eyes are really powerful compared to our current technology. It's equivalent to a 537 megapixel camera, our eyes, and it also has automatic exposure. So we see the best quality that our brains and eyes can process. So we can see starlight better than most cameras, right? So it'll get there. The technology will get there. Once we get that,
until it gets there, it's very hard, isn't it?
Eventually, the technology is going to be there that the UFOs and aliens are not going to get away if there's genuine sightings out there, and all the all the misidentified stuff will be so clear and in focus, it won't be funny. Better see Bigelow's, not Bigelow's, Bingham's balloons crystal clear and all that sort of stuff. You better see weather balloon. And
so I was just going to say, in the meantime, we can have a good laugh at all the junk that keeps getting posted up.
Yeah. So I'm not going anywhere soon, I guess. What was the other thing? Oh, right, we got Earl Grey on tomorrow. I'm not sure if you guys are going to be around or want to be in on it, but it'll be 6 a.m. UK time for you guys. But we got on for a couple of hours.
Whoa. Hold on. What do you mean 6 a.m.? As in a few
Earl Grey's coming on. Earl Grey's coming on 10 p.m. PST time, California time, which will be 6 p.m. New Zealand time. So New Zealand's okay. Charles might be there. But whether you guys are going to be up early in the morning, I think you are, Charles, because you're up with the wife by then.
Yeah.
You better
join. That's my Tuesday, you mean, don't you?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Tuesday, you said, yeah.
Tuesday.
No, it's Monday tomorrow for us. It's Monday tomorrow for us.
For us, yeah.
In the UK.
I think Paul means our time, 6 a.m.
Yeah.
On Tuesday.
Right. Maybe it's not tomorrow then. Let's see. Have I got it wrong? Not tomorrow, but next day, is it? I said Tuesday, American, anyway, 10 p.m. So, not tomorrow, next day, isn't it?
Yeah.
But we'll see. So it'll be my Wednesday, won't it? I totally, told you I'm a bit tired. But anyway, it's still going to be 6 a.m. Your time, and Eastern people might be in bed, because that'll be like 1 o'clock in the morning, I think. So, but it is what it is, you can't suit everybody. So, what do we got today? We got some interesting stuff coming up, haven't we? I've got the wrong thing up here too. Just close that one down. I was meant to get that one up. Which seems to take more CPU. But we'll see how it goes. Microsoft Edge, I don't know why it's such a CPU monster, but it is. So we got ordered to shoot down UFOs, and we got helicopters vs UFOs, and a few other cases with Robert today. So we're going to Kent first, are we?
I thought you wanted to have a look at this Mova Globe.
Right. Yes, we can do that. That's still part of the general chat, I guess. I'll just make it full screen so you can show. So, we talked about those spinning globes that are using the new technology without having a magnetic base. Well, Robert's gone and splashed out 300 pounds or more on these globes. And now he's going to collect them all. High quality prints on it. Okay, so that's one of them.
Got to be fairly careful. Yeah, this one's Saturn.
So is it spinning?
It actually is spinning slowly, but there's an acrylic outer shell here, and inside that there's a liquid, and then you've got the inner globe with the pixelation, which is based on NASA photographs. Now, it's got a magnet inside, and it does. If you put it on the floor, it runs along and it always goes north. Kind of works like a compass, so that powers it to an extent. But what it really needs is light.
Yeah,
and it's got little solar panels inside, which actually powers a tiny motor to put it in simplistic terms.
You mean it's got some photocells in the North Pole or something?
Yeah, I mean, actually, yeah, it's driven by magnetism and a photoelectric mechanism, and that's powered by light. If you haven't got sufficient lighting in the room, it just goes to sleep. It won't turn at all.
I guess that's a good thing.
Yeah, sure. It doesn't like where it's sitting now, to be honest, because it's not under the lighting. And but I can tell you now, there's no way this thing's ever levitating. I don't know if you can see this in my hands here. But,
so what planet's that one?
This is Saturn. The gas giant. The gas giant.
Rings,
but this is one heavy lump. Oh God, yeah, you can see that clearly, can't you? You can see the
eye. Yeah, the eye, you mean, I think. Where's the eye?
That's
Jupiter, isn't it? Sorry.
Actually, no, you're right. The eye is actually a storm that's been raging there for as far as we know, further. And yeah, for sure. But it's been shrinking over time. Actually, that storm. In fact, in the last 30 years, they've noticed a decrease in its size. So it's constantly changing. So this is based on.
Hang on, the big storm's Jupiter, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I just said.
This is Jupiter.
Oh, you said it was Saturn.
This is Jupiter.
You said Saturn.
Oh, well, you said Saturn.
That's my mistake.
And I said, "Where's the rings?" In that case,
yeah.
How did they do the rings?
Watch closely now.
All right, you can see it spinning now.
Yeah,
that looks pretty cool.
Beautiful, that is.
Yeah.
So you want the whole bookshelf of them?
Oh God, it will take me quite a long time to get through.
But you can get
that one.
You can get two sizes, can't you?
No, you can get. There's 4.5 inch. There's 6 inch, which is this one, and there's an 8.5 inch, which is pretty much enormous.
Yeah.
How much is that one?
Back safely.
How much is that one, Robert?
£350.
Whoa!
Just for one?
Well, it looks beautiful.
Just for one.
Wow.
It's going to cost you for the collection, then, isn't it?
I'm going to get there slowly.
I think they do a Death Star one as well. But anyway, yeah, how'd they do Saturn with the rings? Do they have like a clip-on thing that goes around the outside?
There's no way you can do that. The technology isn't good enough, Paul.
Unless it's part of the stand, make the rings part of the stand. But
no.
There's no reason why they couldn't make that spin around with another sort of like a base thing that you slide it into. Because the rings do spin, don't they? Or do they go around? Are they synchronized orbit? I'm not sure.
Yeah, the technology isn't that good. You cannot replicate what you've seen through a telescope, Paul.
Okay.
It'd have to be a kind of a hologram to do that.
That's probably the next technology, though.
Sure thing.
Hey, Susan,
things are changing very fast, though, aren't they?
Make that 6 inch. Susan's being naughty in the side.
So technology is changing very quickly, though, isn't it?
It sure is.
Rapidly.
I think you got a lot more lights on today
because
we can actually see you.
Susan said Dave's all whipping out his big
big globe. Stick your globe away. Oh, you're bringing down the tone of the show there. Not good.
Nah. I like it. It's actually bigger, Sue.
Like I say, Robert wants the bigger one.
Yeah. Well, who knows? If they get holograms, you might have little UFOs spinning around and maybe the Star Force is chasing it. It's all sorts of things that might come out in the future.
But I tell you what, though, if I actually put it on the floor, I done a video last night and I was chasing it around with my mobile phone. It kind of spins in a circle for a while until it gets its bearings. then it shoots off. And lucky my football skills are still kind of there, you know, because it was nearly going to crash into some furniture, which wouldn't have been good.
Yeah.
I've only had the thing about 4 days.
Oh, don't want to break it then.
There's another guy that's worth watching. He's an ex-toy maker for UK, and he's a marvellous with the 3D printer. I've talked about him before. I'm just trying to see one of his latest episodes. So whereabouts did I put it? He did this printed track for a sort of like a car with a track on it, so it could go over lots of things. Let's see, whereabouts was it? I found this episode on dog years. They said that dogs age like 20 years in the first year, sort of thing, and it progressively evens out. So it's like it turns out by the time they're 5 or whatever, that turns out to be like 7 years they age as they progress, as they get older, which is kind of interesting, as I always thought it was even aging. But yeah, I'm just trying to find this robot builder guy. Why can't I find him? I'm sure I posted it here in miscellaneous. Maybe it's in technology. Let's have a look. Windows 10 updates, but here it goes. Modular track, it's called. So yeah, there might be some new people that join me that haven't seen this guy before, but it's pretty amazing. Makes a lot of money from YouTube, at least, until they kill him. Kill him off. Whoop, we're going full screen, are we? How can we get that back down? So it's called James Brunton.
This is a project I've been thinking about for some time. I'm going to build a simple tracked vehicle that I'm later going to use in robotics development. This video is about mostly the mechanical design, although there is some coding coming up later. The plan is to make a single piece that can be printed multiple times, and that module can be used to make a track of any length, so you can make a custom vehicle. It's inspired by power twist belts, which do just that for making V-belts for machine tools, although mine is going to be 3D printed. And I'm going to publish all the CAD and code, and you can find a link in the description to GitHub where you can find it, so that you can build your own if you want to.
How's the CPU going? It's not too bad, it's a bit lower than we normally get. Hey, look at that, I got 5% more CPU. Whatever I've done, it's working. How's the audio sounding, guys? So he prints off all these rubber bits on 3D printed, right? And he just draws together and creates a track. Pretty clever. But how would you do that if you're going to send spaceships out in space? How would they better join all the bits together? So you need like a really clever initial robot that's got little robot hands that can do this sort of stuff to build another one. Makes you wonder.
A big printer as well.
I put together some of the belt there, and even though it's quite tough and I had to use pliers to push it together, it's actually really flexible, and that's because each link is printed in NinjaFlex.
Yeah, I just skimmed through it, and he goes into a lot of detail, and he makes all it open source.
You find that they do ride up on those V's as I thought that they would, which means that it tensions the belt too much and it gets...
Okay, so he does prototype
interactive problem solving is just on there.
So
that'll be glued on. I always do these separately because it allows me to change it later. So now what happens is when we pull the throttle, it runs one side and we've still got braking on reverse, so we have to do a little double click to go the other way, so that one runs okay. The other side's actually
he writes
tied
all
to
the code for it as well.
Called time it 1, and if the second interrupt changes state, it runs time it 2. And those
so
which is the upper
really
channel, output 2.
Go and have a look at all the stuff. He does a lot of cool toys, so I'll just mute that. Pretty good. Has he got it going outside?
That looks good, that does.
Yeah, imagine if he created some UFO ones.
Yeah.
Using drones, and it lands on a tractor, but like a Thunderbird or something like that. That'd be really great. This guy's a really good games designer. He's got.
But that would save a lot of weight. That would, if you're going out to another planet or something, wouldn't it? But then you could make your own stuff then, couldn't you?
Yeah, but they got to print out the circuit boards and all the chips, right? So how could you do 3D printed chips? So once all that technology gets there,
they could take those with them.
So basically, you wouldn't buy toys from the shop. You would simply just buy a blueprint to print out a toy, and it will give you limited time to print it out. You know, probably 3 months to print it out as it expires. But like a SIM card, you know, it's a SIM card top up or whatever it is, you know. So you can see the way of the future. Anyway, just giving this guy a plug. He's got a ton of videos on there and lots of good projects. He's got Star Wars, robots, and all sorts of crazy stuff. Go and check him out. You'll be watching it forever and a day, though, if you're into that sort of stuff. So this is James, Robot RV Man. I don't know what you're going to call him, but he's mostly doing 3D printed, and he just buys the components off the shelf and solders it all together. And programs it. I better adjust this mic so it's closer. So that was a good test run before we kick off the main stuff. So where are we going first? Is it Kent?
Sure thing.
On to the UFO topics now. Well, main UFO topics. We're talking about yesterday's analysis. We did the bird one, which was come out pretty good, I thought. Then we found a couple of MUFON case ones, which turned out not to be so good in the end. We thought when we get the smoking gun footage that someone may have found in photographs that someone didn't put up. It turned out not to be so true in the end.
I'll be 2 minutes.
Yeah. What the hell's he doing? He's meant to be hosting a show. He's meant to be hosting a show. But anyway, we're meant to be doing pilots in UK, I guess. Kent ordering to shoot down UFOs. So we'll see what that's about. It looks like it's got Nick Pope on that particular one. So, and you know how much he likes Nick Pope. Not very much at all. Then he's got one or two helicopters being buzzed by UFO, so I'm not too sure what that one's about. So let's just read of his list here. Milton Torres UFO shootdown, 1957. Helicopters in near collision with UFO, Bristol, Channel, 2002. Richard French's testimony, Blue Book, Roswell, so I'm not sure what that's about. The mysterious disappearance of Flight 19, Bermuda Triangle, 1945. I've seen so many documentaries on the Flight 19 though. That was a group of planes that got disorientated, wasn't it? Because the compass weren't working. But I'm not sure if you've seen the documentaries on the Bermuda Triangle, but they've flown over certain areas and they do lose compass, onboard compass. But because we got modern day satellite tracking now and call sign, they know exactly where they are on the map now. So planes today shouldn't be getting lost, right? Unless they've got a complete electronics failure where they're not transmitting anything or accessing the satellites, right? So obviously, the Bermuda Triangle can't affect satellites because a wee bit above that Atlantic anomaly, you know, the one that South America one off Brazil there, that where the satellites come to a region there of the magnetic field of the Earth, that it always makes them go crazy and it burns out the circuit. So they always switch it off or put it on lower power as it passes through that region and then turns up again. So yeah, there's some strange stuff, and of course it comes down to our science. Our science is not explain everything that's going on.
Do the ships have the same as well?
Space station
use the same system. No, the ships going through the Bermuda Triangle. Do they use the same
Well, they got GPS as well, and they got call sign for ships as well. So, yes, I believe.
Yeah. So they shouldn't get lost.
They shouldn't get lost, no. But the ocean is pretty deep, right? So if it sinks, it's very hard to find them, and the currents are very strong, and it can be dragged as well. Like the ship with all the 5,000 cattle that sunk outside Japan, which should never happen because New Zealand's talking about banning live ship exports now because they think it's disgusting. Because it's not really nice for the animals.
When was this? Because I haven't heard about
that. It's old news now. It's about a month old now.
Well, and, I don't think we've heard that over in the UK.
Well, you've seen the cattle ships. They've got these open decks with all the cows on the top, and it's top heavy. They have to put counterweights in the bottom. Well, they went out in the rough sea, and they were told not to go into the rough sea. They could have made a detour. And of course they didn't listen, and maybe a freak wave hit the side of the ship and tipped it over, or something went on there. Only 3 of the crew survived; the other ones were missing as well. Something like that, anyway. And they can't find the ship. They knew roughly where it was, and they rescued people, but. Yeah, they can't find the ship or the cattle. So they're probably at the bottom of the sea and lost a fish or eaten beef for dinner.
Maybe some of the cows will start to come up as they decompose.
Yeah.
And they'll come back up to the top of the sea, wouldn't they?
I don't know. They might see cows washed up on the beach, you reckon?
Yeah. Well,
who knows? Who knows?
knows?
That flight, what is it, 180? That disappeared too in the sea, right?
Yeah.
It just makes you wonder how deep the sea is, and we're limited on how much we can actually see in the sea, how deep the radars will go, and all that sort of business.
Well, there's more sea than there is land, isn't there?
Yeah.
On the Earth. But
I think they need that special tech that what's his name used, Cooper. What's his first name? The astronaut guy, Cooper. What's his name?
Gordon Cooper. Right,
Gordon Cooper. Back. Yeah, so he had a secret mission in NASA. Only 5 people in the whole NASA knew about it. That's how top secret it was. He had a special camera that could detect large magnetic objects under the sea. Because they wanted to test it out for submarines or maybe hidden bases by the Russians and Chinese. So it was top secret technology, and it only got found out when Cooper told a few people about it after he left, and obviously his NDA had expired or something, or he didn't care anymore because he was out on the UFO trail. Remember, he was exposing his UFO sightings and the most incredible sightings that he had with a UFO landing in Area 51. But he talks about this mission where he's got this special camera on, and only a handful of people in NASA knew about it, and when they interviewed the technicians, they knew nothing about it. No, we never knew about this camera. Anyway, it took these special images, and he used it for the government, but they weren't interested in particular areas. So they're only interested when it was passing over certain areas on the globe. So he documented all the other stuff into a notebook secretly, because he was a treasure hunter, a lost ship hunter, finding gold and silver and all that. So he wrote it down in the book, and he would make up these expeditions to go deep sea dive and see if they could see if it was one of these ancient lost galleon ships and all that, with where they got lots of cannonballs and cannons where the thing had picked it up, as well as these modern day ships. So some of those $1 billion treasures they found in this TV series, it's called Cooper's Treasure. If you want to go and watch it, it's about this secret camera. So you talk about NASA Not a straight answer. Well, NASA, obviously most of them don't even know about this secret camera, so it just goes to show that the FBI, CIA can work with a few people in NASA and sneak stuff aboard ships. So not everybody knows what's going on, you see. So people can actually be silenced. And when you're talking about thousands of people working for NASA, that's pretty amazing feat, really. People can keep secrets for a long time. And if Cooper hadn't talked about it, none of the other 4 people that knew about it would have come forward. So, yeah, where's Robert disappearing to?
Robert's back on now.
Paul, I'm back on now. If you could just stop talking. I lost internet connection, okay? So I don't know if that's going to happen again.
I have to get your
Paul, you're
picture
talking
up
over me.
I have to get your picture up again because we got because you dropped off. I have to select it again. Now, I was just filling in time talking about this stuff other people may not have watched or heard about astronauts, because it's all relevant to UFOs. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just bunged up sinuses and hay fever. Yep. I'm just waiting for you for a post. Is there a post that you want to start presenting?
Yeah, well, do you know what? I think there's a time delay here, Paul, because you're talking all over me, mate. I can't get a word in, Sledgeways. Okay, listen, now we're talking about Gordon Cooper. Yeah, so I thought that's of interest. So have a look at this post first.
How's the audio sounding, guys?
Apparently it's good.
I sound strange, don't I? I might have to leave them, see if I can blow out the nose. But once we get going, I can do that.
Paul, do you want to get on with some UFO stuff, mate?
I'm waiting for you.
It's posted.
Yeah, I know, but it takes a wee while to pop up, you know, sometimes. Where's copy link? Copy link. There we go. I'm just copying it off the other screen because it's easier.
We'll be here till 4 o'clock in the morning otherwise.
No problem.
Yeah, you can drop off any time.
6 hours show the other day.
You can drop off any time you want to.
Yeah.
Why have we got Gordon Cooper up? Are we talking about him now? Yeah, what do you want to do, Robert?
Well, you were the one who was talking about Gordon Cooper, the astronaut, weren't you?
Yeah, I was filling it in while you're going to come back and do your stuff.
Hey, listen, it's a good topic, and there's his real story.
All right. So you want us to read it out?
Sure.
Well, I don't know. You sort of changed things a wee bit. Let's see.
No, well, let's see if it's flexible.
That means
the UFO conspiracy revelations of NASA astronaut Gordon Cooper. First published, March 27, 2017. Last updated, September 8, 2020. Written by Marcus Loth. Estimated reading time, 4 minutes. Posted in UFOs. Cover UPS.
Why you highlight that, Paul?
For comments.
I don't.
Several NASA astronauts have gone on record to state their beliefs in UFOs, their origin, and of extraterrestrial life. Perhaps none more passionately and consistently though than Gordon Cooper. Right up until his death in 2004, Cooper continued to speak out. He would speak about what he clearly came to see as a conspiracy of the withholding of evidence and information. The ever-growing disclosure projects around the world owe much to Cooper's involvement in their efforts. Astronaut Gordon Cooper in his spacesuit. To say Cooper is a credible witness is a huge understatement. His service history as a test pilot and as a NASA astronaut speaks for itself. Perhaps then, his claims of the authenticity of alien life, as well as secret military projects beyond even the most imaginative sci-fi fanatic, should attract a little more seriousness of mind. After all, this is a man who has not only worked in the upper echelons of the military and NASA. He has also undertaken close work with intelligence agencies around the world, perhaps most notably, the CIA. Further to that, he has spent considerable time at Lockheed Skunk Works. This particular operation is hugely responsible for the hardware of the black
Why is
budget
it called
programs.
Skunk Works, though?
Unlike others who are possibly seeking attention and
It's
money from their
Lockheed
statements,
Martin
you have
officially.
to ask, what would such an accomplished person, considered by most to be at the top of his profession?
Yeah, but isn't a skunk a smelly animal in America? And why would they choose Skunk Works, you know? Does it smell there or
Oh,
something?
it's a nickname.
Yeah, but I just wonder where they got it from.
Profession have to gain from inventing such outlandish incidents. His wealth of experience surely suggests a person, such as Gordon Cooper, would know more than most what really goes on behind some of the most secretive of closed doors. The short video below features various news clips and interview bites with Cooper. Contents: Top secret test flights and space missions. UFO. Gordon Cooper. The UFO cover. Top secret test flights and space missions. Gordon Cooper is one of the most decorated of all NASA's astronauts. He would spend a total of 222 hours outside of the planet in the vacuum of space. His accomplishments are as impressive as they are many. Among them is being the first American astronaut to sleep in space, flying the longest logged flight of the Mercury programs, and being the last American to fly solo for an entire orbital mission. Despite his wealth of experience with NASA, Cooper's UFO encounters all took place while he served as a test pilot. The first of these projects would see Cooper take up residence in Germany, at a U.S. airbase in 1951. It was while stationed here, he would see strange crafts in the skies. The strange metallic, saucer-shaped vehicles would appear for several consecutive nights. To Cooper, there was no doubt whatsoever that these crafts were under the guidance of intelligent beings. He also severely doubted they were beings indigenous to Earth, citing his vast experience on such matters. Perhaps his most famous, and certainly most documented encounter, took place in 1957 in California. Before we look at that incident though, check out the short video below that looks at Project Mercury. UFO lands at Edwards Air Force Base, 1957. During preparations for rocket launch tests on May 3, 1957, Cooper's team would see a UFO land at Edwards Air Force Base in California. A camera had been set up to record the launches. Approximately 50 yards away from Cooper's team, a saucer-shaped craft hovered in the air. It then began to descend to the ground.
Video of that,
3 legs outstretched from the underside of the craft as it used them to settle on the ground.
Yeah, do you
After
want to,
a short while,
there,
members of Cooper's team slowly...
Yeah, sure. Like, he didn't actually see it himself with his own eyes, but he's seen the film.
Yeah.
And he said members of the CIA came to pick up the film. He had to put it in. He had to put it in a safe. And what he actually done was hold the film up to the light, so he only seen the stills. He didn't actually run the tape. If you see what I mean.
All right.
Okay, and that's all I wanted to say on that. But this will probably explain it at some stage anyway.
Yeah.
I just done this off the hoof, like, you know, because you were talking about Gordon Cooper, and I think he's a very important person in ufology because he's so unbelievably credible. Test pilot, astronaut, just all-round good guy. American hero, if you like. But yeah, carry on.
Slowly made their way towards this strange object. As they did so, it rose into the air, ascending high above them and disappearing from sight. All the while, not a sound came from the craft.
You make them crispy, though.
Following official protocol for such sightings, Cooper packaged up the film and sent it to the Pentagon for analysis. Not only did he not receive the film back, he would never hear anything from Pentagon about the incident again. The short video below features Cooper speaking about the incident in Germany and California. Gordon Cooper's letter to United Nations, November 9, 1978.
Pause it again, Paul. Yeah, that's well worth playing if you feel you can.
Yeah. Okay.
This was Stephen Greer's brainchild. There we go.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, it should be alright, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Because it promotes DVD and all that sort of stuff. Is this sound? I think I muted it. Oh, right, that's alright. I might have to make it full screen though. Hang on. Or shrink it down. We haven't got the options.
Kept coming over at flying the same kind of formation that we fly in our fighters.
Where were you flying?
We were flying in Germany, and we were flying F-86s. And they would come over and do the same maneuvers that we make, except every once in a while one of them would go zip. And you just can't do that in a fighter, a conventional fighter.
Was this on radar or was this a visual?
No, it was on visual. You could see them from what started was the weatherman was tracking a weather balloon, and he saw these objects with his binoculars.
He sort of mumbles a wee bit though, doesn't he?
No, it's a Texan. It's a southern drawl, Paul. It's his accent.
And then we decided to put some airplanes up and see what they were. But we
It sounds a bit like Parkinson's he's
they
got.
were higher and faster.
Yeah, it could be.
So we couldn't tell whether they were large and a long ways away or whether they were smaller and closer in. It was difficult to gauge.
Is that loud enough, guys? I'm not too sure. It
Exactly
sounds
what
right
they saw.
our end.
Yes, it's fine. It's fine.
They were definitely in formation.
What year was this?
YouTube's a lot quieter.
51, about 1951.
Do you think the Russians had that kind of technology back then?
No.
So, how close would you say you might have gotten to them? I mean, you definitely determined that there were objects
I
that were
don't
under
know.
intelligent control, or was it?
Well, yeah, they weren't just random. They were flying. Fighter
CPU's really good.
formations, very definitely under positive
really happy.
control. They're just typical saucer shape, double lenticular
bird.
shape, metallic looking. I
We're
think
getting
they
good
were
at this.
definitely piloted vehicles. Each one with the pilot in it, and very definitely in communication with one another, because they would have flights of more than 4. They'd have flights of maybe 12 or 16 all across, and when they make a turn, they'd cross the flights in under, and they had to be in communication to be coordinated. Yeah, every once in a while one would zip off to the side, just do a lateral maneuver out to the side.
The subs, yeah.
Much as you've ever seen the lights, the UFOs that they filmed over Clear Lake, California. Have you seen those filmed?
I have.
How they'll sit there in formation and all of a sudden want to go, Shh. I think they were extraterrestrial pilots flying, no doubt about it. Well, that was, I was having some cameramen film.
He really believes they're
installation
aliens, doesn't he?
Of a precision landing facility we were putting in.
But he's had more first-hand knowledge than any of us, Paul.
And this saucer flew right
That's
over
right, he's done a lot of
put
top
down
secret
3
missions.
little
I'm pretty
gear and
sure
landed.
they
Yeah.
would have told him
Along Dry Lake
aliens are
there.
real, right?
And they went out to, picked up their cameras and moved on out toward him filming. And he lifted off, put the gear back in the well, and climbed out at a very high rate of speed and disappeared. And so while I was going through all the regulation books and finding out the number to
Hello,
call
Shelley.
in Washington
How's it
to
going?
record it, I
You
had them go over
updated
and
your
develop the
avatar,
film.
I see.
By the time they got back with the
Hi,
developed
Shelley.
film, I was on the higher and higher and higher level officer talking to me. Finally, with the colonel telling me to, when the film arrived at my desk, to put it in the carrier pouch. There would be a courier there at my office by that time already, and they'd arranged for him to fly in our base airplane back to Washington with these films. And do
Should've
not
taken a
run
copy.
prints, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we stuck them in the courier pouch.
Did you watch the film?
We didn't have a chance to run it. I had a chance to hold it up to the window and look at it. It was certainly good film.
Good close-up shots.
Good close-up shot.
Good found.
Nothing like I'd ever seen. Double
Oh, that's a
lenticular
fake, isn't it?
shape.
Oh,
Same,
no, that's
didn't
it,
have a cupola on it or anything. It was pretty much the same basic shape. But this time
Paul,
I was
if you're
involved
gonna
in the
talk, can you
research
pause it?
development and doing very classified programs myself, at the test center. So I knew that we didn't have any vehicles of that kind, and I was
That
99.9%
Vancouver Island
sure
one.
that the Russians didn't have any of that type either. So it certainly, there certainly was.
That Vancouver
Have any
Island.
vehicles of that kind, and I was 99.9%.
Oh, God.
That Vancouver Island one we looked at last time, a couple of weeks ago, didn't we? Where people were saying it was like a saucer from the kitchen. Remember that one? Was that the one?
Mate, I'm off.
Hey?
What's he that for?
I don't know. He's got all shitty.
At that
Come on,
point
Robert,
in time,
what's
there
the
was no
matter?
doubt in my mind that this vehicle was made at some other place than here on Earth. You send it
See,
on
this is
like
the problem
you ordered
with
to do, and,
this is the problem with Stephen Greer's one, because he's got a good witness here, but he's mixing in a UFO that looks like a bird and a UFO from Vancouver Island, which we've looked at, and it was that guy that was a cook on board the ship, wasn't it? Anyway,
do what they tell you what they tell you to do. I was working at the time. I was working on a little program that nobody knew about. We were not allowed to discuss with our family or discuss with anybody, and that was the U2 program. So it was in the same category, really. In my opinion, I think they were worried that it would panic the public if they knew that someone had vehicles that had this kind of performance way back right after World War II period of time. So they started telling lies about it. And then I think they had to cover another lie, tell another lie to cover their first lie, and now they don't know how to get out of it. Now it's going to be so embarrassing to admit that all these administrations have told a lot of untruths that it's going to be embarrassing to get out of it.
Do you think they want to get out of it?
Well, I think basically each and every president would probably like to get out of it, would like to come clean on the deal and not have to continue to tell distruths. Eventually, there's going to be something happen that will make all of them have egg all over their face, and they're going to have to admit that they haven't been truthful at all. I have a good friend who's a commercial airline pilot. He's had about 3 different occasions where one is pulled right up alongside his wing and set in formation with him, and he's on a major airline. But the airline has a policy that their crews don't ever talk about UFOs. McDevitt had one sighting.
no, this is Gordon
on
Cooper,
each and every
mate.
flight, you had your flight plan that was out in every hour, every day, hour, minute, and second. And at a certain time, particular time, if you looked at a certain degree azimuth, at a certain elevation, you would see a bright object or see some kind of an object, because we track all this space debris. And so we knew where an awful lot of it would be and what you'd expect to see. But he saw this one thing shining out there that was not listed on his space debris chart. So he decided he'd get a picture of it. And he did. He got a picture of it, but of course it was bright, metallic, and it glinted so that all you got are just the bright glint. You can't really tell any details of what it was. And then he saw it for a few minutes. They tracked it. Got the one picture of it, but nobody knew what it was. Well, somebody's kept it pretty secret for quite a while, haven't they? Well, I think the only thing that really changed and I think everybody changed, on space flight to some extent, but I think probably the biggest influence that it had was it's a real humbler, because when you look at this beautiful big universe that God has created for us, and you realize you're about that part of it, it makes you feel just about that big. Sure takes one down a few notches.
A grain of sand.
Yeah. Playing music now.
Saved at the UN, and Kurt Waldheim was very interested, and he agreed that he thought it'd be a good idea to form a committee and to do the investigation at that level. But nothing ever got done, kind of typical of the UN, they talked a good game, but never got around to doing anything about it. by NASA's own figures, there are some 400,000 other planets out there that could be habitable. And I just can't believe that God would habitate this one planet only and leave all these
He
others
died about a
barren.
year after this, didn't
In
he?
my personal opinion, based on no facts at all,
I'm
I
seeing
just
this
feel
for
that
the
we're
first
out here in
time.
the hinterland of all the galaxies. We're way out in the stick. And that a lot of these other galaxies are closer to one another, and I think they probably have a lot of travel to and from them. And once in a while, we'll get a few travelers, stragglers, or more distant ones come through from distant other galaxies. We should form a group at the UN level to start gathering information from around the world, and when you get sightings and information and investigations, actually let it be handled and coordinated from that level, because there were a lot of countries that had information, and there were a lot of countries like Russia is now. The government of Russia now works directly with the civilian UFO groups. And you have a difference from country to country to country, but have all this information come together and be correlated in one place would really be a benefit to really try and determine what is real and what is fake. Just thinking about what we could do from a technical point of view, some of them may be remotely operated. They may be radio controlled, so to speak, like we call unmanned unpiloted
So he's talking
vehicles.
about G-forces there, right?
That.
They would kill the people
Some of them
inside.
undoubtedly have crews in them and have other people, and in my opinion, I think those people are probably very similar to us.
Do you think they recovered one of those saucers that you saw?
Very likely.
So what's interesting here is, got to remember this is before the pilot and Nimitz footage come out, right? And he's talking about pilotless drones. But he's not saying they're ours. So, quite interesting there.
And I think definitely there was something other than a weather balloon there. Well, I think the truth has been very submerged in all the lies that have been told. I'd like to think they reversed engineered it and did something with it, you know, did some benefit with it, which would be the logical thing to do.
Did you ever try to, did you know where that footage went?
Has anyone got hold of Robert yet?
Went to Washington, that's all that I know.
Did you ever keep in touch
Well,
with anybody about it?
come back.
How would I keep in touch with anybody about it?
Well, we'll have to
There's
try
no
and do
way
it
within
without
the
him.
military or within
If
the
he wants to
government of keeping
have a hissy
track
fit.
of something that is classified, unless you're directly involved in it, and I was not. So I had no way of knowing what happened to it.
Was it included in part of the Project Blue Book investigation?
No, it was not. And that was one of the complaints I had about Project Blue Book, which in my opinion, Project Blue Book was totally a whitewash. There were a number of other things on Blue Book that I had the occasion to know about that were not included in Blue Book either. Well, that was one of the reasons we did the U2 program the way we did it, was because we hadn't put no classification at all on it, because when you classify a program, then a congressman or senator think they can go out and tell the whole details. You know, they're privileged to be able to do that. Totally trample all over security and tell the details about whoever they want to. Didn't classify it all, and until Powers was shot down, the world really didn't know about U2s, or at least in the United States. In my opinion, I think they are coming from some other planet. I think there's no doubt in my mind. I think they're for real. I think eventually we'll find out that there's regular travel here on this Earth from other planets. I think
he believes it.
He's definitely the most credible witness ever, though, isn't he?
Yeah, 100% believes what he's saying.
That's right. He's saying definitely from another planet rather than interdimensional as well, which is quite interesting there.
See, another thing that I thought of as well, that a lot of these astronauts and test pilots and stuff like that, they'd have to be told all this information, wouldn't they? By whoever. They'd have to be told that these things are out there, because if they weren't told anything and they suddenly come across something like that in close up, they could panic. And if you've got a $1 billion worth of, like, even the space station. Somebody's in there. Somebody panics. That, you know, and something happens to that space station. It could blow up. You know what I mean? So they'd have to know, wouldn't they?
Yeah. I think what's got to
learning from them. If we can just set up the schedule of how to go about doing it. I think they're just the same as we are, just a little higher, a little further, a little faster. And they can come land in my backyard anytime. If they want to come land in my backyard, I'd welcome them.
Ready, so they came out to the plane.
Well, that's it. It's the sort of one you have to listen to over and over again, because he's very hard to follow, I find.
Yeah.
Because of the
I think
accent.
I'd say he's either had a stroke or he's got Parkinson's or something. I think he's had a slight stroke.
He was a bit of a daredevil. He certainly did a lot of deep sea diving, where you get the bends and all that.
Yeah, something's gone wrong with that. I don't know, with his speech.
He used to be.
His brain's still there, isn't it? His brain's still there.
He was like a daredevil. He didn't really scare him. He would travel at fast speed on sports cars and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
He's actually a really good person. A decent American, as you'd say.
Yeah. An astronaut's UFO experience, Gordon Cooper. Watch later. Share. More videos. Live out here on I'd welcome to ready. Southey came out to the plane, but 1323/1343.
I can't see what it's reading. Where did we get to?
I don't know.
Down here, was it?
Yeah. I don't think we've had that bit. No.
Let's see what happens.
Gordon Cooper's letter to United Nations, November 9, 1978. In 1978, Cooper would write an open letter to the United Nations, essentially pleading with them to release information to the public and to pursue a project to make contact. Cooper stressed his belief that our extraterrestrial visitors were likely arriving here from other planets. This suggested that they were considerably more technically advanced than us. So much so a top-level, coordinated program should go into action. He went on to state that, through scientific analysis of UFO encounters from around the world, humans could decide how to interface with these visitors in a friendly fashion. He also clearly states that human beings need to demonstrate that we can resolve our problems by peaceful means, rather than warfare, before we are accepted as fully qualified universal team members.
Let's see if I can get hold of Robert.
What is interesting here is that this sentiment is very similar to former Canadian Defence Minister, Paul Hellyer. Hellyer is arguably the highest-ranking official to go on record to attest that extraterrestrials are visiting Earth. He goes on to speak about his own UFO experiences before he puts forward that most astronauts are very reluctant to even discuss UFOs. This is because of the threat of people using their names to sell fake UFO stories. Those that do speak out, Cooper claims, do so very cautiously. What Cooper is basically asking for from the UN is that by lending their name to such a project, it would encourage some of the great minds needed to succeed to come forward and work in an area they would otherwise stay away from for fear of mocking or cuts to their funding. The UFO cover-up is real. Gordon Cooper went on to reveal mountains of information following his request of the UN in 1978. He would speak of the covering up of information by NASA and other arms of government. Cooper would continually press for the release of this information, becoming heavily involved in UFO disclosure projects. He would also make claims of aliens being present on Earth. He made the statement that he had been present on a military base when they brought one in. Furthermore, he would always heavily hint that the back engineering of alien technology could very much be true. Many took his response to mean they should read between the lines, and many still do. The interview below sees Cooper speak at length on the conspiracy to withhold information from the wider public. It is from some time ago, and talks about a great many things. It is, however, very interesting viewing and thoughts from a very interesting person. Disclaimer. The stories, accounts, and discussion in this...
So...
My voice all right now?
Yeah, it is, but when this is reading, it was breaking up. But when Robert was on, both of you were okay. But that's why the peer-to-peer chat works. It sort of shares audio packets between people, especially if in the same country.
Yeah.
And it takes the load off my computer that way. You sort of share it between each other. That's how peer-to-peer works. Yeah, I suppose we have to carry on about Robert. I'm not sure what's wrong with him.
I think he was annoyed that you was trying to talk over him, I think. Over the video.
But I wasn't. I wasn't talking over him. Not with my headset, I wasn't.
No, I mean over the video, I mean. While the video
no, he said if pause if I want to talk over it, which I tried to, and I clicked the wrong button initially. And of course, the reader started off as soon as I paused the video, right?
Be very quick-tempered, though.
Yeah, he's like that sometimes. So the next one was meant to be on the Milton Torres UFO shootdown. I don't know what links he had. Probably Insight.
Milton Torres.
Let's see. He normally uses the Insight, so let's see what we can find. I don't know if he was having problems with his internet there. It could be. Maybe there was a delay in the audio or something. I don't know. Is that the one? Here it
didn't
comes.
know a delay.
Who's there? What's happened?
That's not me. Someone else is there.
What's going on, mate?
Hello, Robert.
Hello.
So where are we going with this
mate?
Taurus one?
Well, I'm going to take it serious, Paul. Let me get my headphones in.
Now, I've always taken you seriously, mate. It's just that I got some more patience, you know. Now, what the point I was trying to make before he took off, I don't know if he's hearing us or not, was that they're ruining Cooper's interview there by putting up pictures of UFOs, which may not be UFOs, which has nothing to do with what he was talking about, right?
Yeah.
He was talking about space debris, which they knew they had plotted everything. Obviously, you would have to, wouldn't you? Else you could just fly straight into a bolt and blow up your ship, right? So they knew there was other stuff up there that wasn't documented. And it was probably way before China was up there, and probably they knew everything about Russians out there as well. So what was the other things in space?
Well, he did sound very 100%, confident in what he was saying. Legit. He knew what he was talking about.
Yeah. Let's let Robert get set up again. So we just read out this.
Now.
We just catch up on the side chat. Just say hello to some people. Vincent, how's it going? Ken, it's good to see you back again. Gordon Cooper is like the best guy ever in ufology, as far as I'm concerned. The most credible person. Who else was there? Ken. Was there anyone else I have not seen? Joe's, whoever was it? And Wesley, I think he was there initially. Wesley, how's it going? If you're still out there. Area 51, if you're still watching. It's good to have you all here. We've got a good number of people here listening to the UFO cases. So, Robert, you got a link to go for the next subject?
Yeah, sure. Milton Torres
Mm-hmm. I see it's even made it to stuff.co.nz here. So it must be a good story.
He's a US pilot, but he was flying out of the UK at the time.
Mm.
I've left the link.
Yep, it's just come up. Okay, where do we begin? I suppose we can start at the top. Yeah, I was just trying to point out on that Cooper one that Greer was ruining his interview by putting up alleged UFOs, which we've looked at before, which were dubious or not actually UFOs.
That's the thing that cheesed me off a little bit, Paul. Those illustrations, those pictures have nothing to do with the actual case.
That's right.
And it's actually just disturbing things.
Yeah.
You know, I know you got the eye to look, but in the middle of an interview, the last thing you want is someone saying that's a seagull, that's a bird, because it had nothing to do with what he was saying.
I understand what you're saying, Robert.
It's just an unnecessary interruption.
Pegasus Research Consortium.
Yeah. What are you going to say? I'm just going to continue otherwise.
I said I do understand what Robert's talking about.
Consortium, the UFO Files military reports. U.S. Airman Milton Torres told to shoot down UFO when based at RAF Manston. From the Times. October 20th, 2008. Michael Evans, defense editor. The order came straight out of the Cold War manual, arm all weapons and fire on sight. For Lieutenant Milton Torres, an American jet fighter pilot based in Britain, it was the first and last time that he had received such a chilling instruction. As soon as he scrambled his Sabre jet from RAF Manston in Kent and headed eastwards, he saw the blip on his radar, indicating the presence of an aircraft the size of AB-52 about 15 miles away, and he prepared to close in for the kill with a salvo of rockets. But the aircraft, judged to be hostile and probably Russian, simply vanished. The blip on the radar disappeared. The 24-year-old American pilot's extraordinary experience on the night of May 20th, 1957, which he was officially ordered never to reveal to anyone, has come to light after the declassification of another batch of Ministry of Defense files relating to reported incidents of unidentified flying objects appearing in British airspace, in this case the only known example of a jet fighter pilot being ordered to shoot down a UFO. Mr. Torres, now 77, and a retired professor of civil engineering living in Miami, told the Times that the day after he was scrambled from RAF Manston, he received a visit from an American in a trench coat, who waved a National Security Agency identity card at him and warned him that, if he ever revealed what had happened, he would never fly again. Related links.
Yeah, what happened there?
Yeah, skip.
Yeah, it doesn't give us a skip option. I'll just go down and see if it carries on.
Links.
No.
UFO, and undeniably a close encounter. He took the warning to heart and said nothing until 1988 when, through a solicitor with an interest in ufology, he sent the Ministry of Defense a report giving a full account of the incident. Today his narrative is released by the National Archives.
I think there was some delay on
I shall never forget it, and for the last 50 years I have been waiting for an explanation, but I've never had one. On that night I was ordered to open fire even before I had taken off. That had never happened before, Mr. Torres said. I was ready to hit the target with all 24 rockets. It would have been like buckshot out of a shotgun. I asked for authentication of the order to fire, and I received it. Neither Lieutenant Torres nor his wingman, flying another Sabre behind him, actually saw what was making the strong blip on their radars. In the years since, he has become more convinced that the object, traveling at speed and performing maneuvers beyond the capability of any known aircraft at that time, was an alien UFO. The airman climbed to 32,000 feet, and then flattened out, traveling at Mach 0.92, about as fast as the F-86D Sabre could go. The blip was burning a hole in the radar with its incredible intensity. It was similar to a blip I had received from B-52S, and seemed to be a magnet of light. It had the proportions of a flying aircraft carrier, he wrote. The only possible explanation, according to David Clark, a UFO expert and lecturer in journalism at Sheffield Hallam University, is that in the 1960s it emerged that the CIA had been engaged in a secret project codenamed Palladium, in which advanced equipment was used to create simulated radar blips close to Soviet airspace. Dr. Clark said that he thought it was linked to clandestine flights over the Soviet Union of the American U-2 spy plane. But this doesn't explain why Milton Torres was scrambled and ordered to open fire, he said. Thinking Space. The 19 files made available online by the National Archives and covering sightings between 1986 and 1992 include a passenger jet coming in to land at Heathrow nearly colliding with a UFO. The captain of the Alitalia airliner reported seeing a brown missile-shaped object pass overhead near Lyddd in Kent in 1991. The MOD ruled out the object being a missile, weather balloon, or space rocket, and closed an inquiry by the Civil Aviation Authority and the military. And MOD request that Army and Navy helicopters should not take photographs of crop circles, for fear of undermining the official line that the military did not investigate unexplained phenomena. A letter from a woman claiming to be from the Sirius system, who said her spacecraft, containing 2 Spectrans, pictured below, crashed in Britain during the Second World War. Copyright 2009 Times Newspapers Ltd.
We got more? Oh, that's it. I know.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. There's an interview of him here. Don't know if you can do this.
There's more at the bottom here.
Only a little. But let's see it in his own words. Yes?
Now, there's a lot more here. There's a missile that was going to fire.
Mm-hmm. I can't actually see it, Paul.
Hey? You seeing it all right, Charles?
I can see it.
Yeah, I can see it now, yeah.
Can I just say, Robert?
Mm-hmm.
They said that he was ready to fire 24 rockets at it.
Yeah.
I mean, God, they really wanted it out of the sky then, didn't they?
Well, I mean, 1957, yeah, sure. But
they're thinking it was a Russian plane too, so they were willing to shoot down a Russian plane.
Yeah, they didn't want anything left of it, did they?
And it was gone as quick as it was. Yeah, it just disappeared. Yeah. Not only visually, but on radar as well. Kind of unique case, but not that unique yet either, to be honest. It's happened time and time again. It's probably happened more times than we'll ever realise, you know.
I've never heard of them locking like 24 rockets on something. No.
Well, it was a similar case in Terran in 1976, which we'll have a quick look at. There's similarities in the cases, you know.
Yeah.
And let's just finish off this last few paragraphs.
Sure.
Milton Torres 1957 UFO Encounter. The Milton Torres 1957 UFO Encounter is a case reported by a former jet pilot in the United States Air Force, Milton John Torres, of Miami, Florida. On May 20th, 1957, the 25-year-old Torres was ordered on a mission to intercept and shoot down a large UFO that had been picked up by radar in the skies over East Anglia, United Kingdom. Torres, flying a North American Aviation F-86D Sabre jet, approached the object and prepared to fire upon it. As he locked on his weapons, the UFO suddenly zoomed away at a high rate of speed. The details of this case were first made public in a release of UFO-related case files by the British government in October 2008. 1. F-86.
There you go.
Yeah, so as soon as he got a weapons lock, boom, gone. How did it know? You know, how did it know that fighter had a weapons lock? Was it something technical? Was it something telepathic? I don't know. I'm not really sure. But whatever it is, it's certainly light years ahead of us.
I can't even see the missiles even fitting on that plane. It must be like a missile pod like they got here in the tank, right?
Mm-hmm.
Another one on the other side or whatever?
They're usually underneath the wing, aren't they?
Hmm.
There were 24 of them.
Yeah. This is like an extra fuel tank here, I thought, but maybe they replaced it with missile pods on it.
Yeah, they'd have been using like a proximity
F-86.
fuse in those days, wouldn't they?
Mm.
F-86D Sabre fighter jet similar to that flown by Milton Torres in 1957. This case shares some similarities with the Del Rio, Texas UFO crash of 1955, which also involved an aerial encounter between an F-86 Sabre and a UFO. Contents. Events prior to sighting. Ordered to intercept. Approaching. Case. About. Recent comments by Torres. References. Events prior to sighting. Map of England highlighting location of 1957 UFO encounter. On May 20th, 1950.
And let's just have a look at the map here. So we're looking at the top of there. I think I already got a map up here. Kent. Where is Kent here?
Kent's right down southeast coast.
But they're saying it's up here, right? On the map that we're looking at on the article.
No. It's Kent's further down than that, Paul.
It's saying here.
No, it's southeast.
Where's London on that map? There.
London, so you can see it there.
By the end of east, where it says east.
Yeah, it's saying way up the top
at the
here.
bottom. No, down the bottom.
Oh,
the bottom second. Yeah.
No, it's
London's
not.
about where it says east.
It's saying the incident happened here, though.
Yeah, sure, but he took off from Kent.
Yeah.
Which is down here. Below London, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's good coastline. Kent's good coastline. You need a different map.
Kent is here. Down here. Next to London.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
So he was flying way up here. Let's see. I'm trying to scroll the map. He's noticed the UFO here. So he's quite a long way from base, right?
Well, he's been scrambled from Kent, hasn't he?
It wouldn't take him long to get there.
No, it wouldn't take him long at all to get there.
No. 5 minutes if he's at full out.
Yeah.
To get there.
Yeah. Afterburners. Yep.
May 20th, 1957. Milton Torres was a 25-year-old lieutenant with the 514th Fighter Interceptor Squadron in the 406th Air Expeditionary Wing based at RAF Manston in Kent. Torres was the pilot of one of two North American Aviation F-86D jets that were on 5-minute alert at the end of the runway at RAF Manston Airfield, awaiting the signal to scramble. The two American pilots were on standby, and their jets were fully powered for immediate takeoff. The exact time of the incident is not known, but it occurred late in the evening on May 20th. 2. Ordered to intercept. Torres and his fellow pilot were in the alert shack at RAF Manston when they received instructions to take to the air. The two pilots raced to their respective F-86DS and took off well within the allotted 5 minutes. As soon as my wheels were in the well, I received a call from the Ground Controlled Interception (GCI) station at RAF Metropolitan Met sector informing me that this would be a fire mission, and that I would be selecting all 24 of my rockets, Torres remembers. 3. The very first thing they told me was that I was to fire my rockets at the object, Torres said in a 2009 interview. The message from GCI was clear. Someone had made the decision to shoot at the UFO even before I took to the air. 4. The initial briefing indicated that the ground was observing for a considerable time a blip that was orbiting the East Anglia area. Torres was then told that the object of his pursuit was an unidentified flying object with very unusual flight patterns, and that the bogey, UFO, actually was motionless for long intervals. 2. Having difficulty believing that he had been ordered to open fire on the unknown object, Torres requested authentication. I was only a lieutenant and very much aware of the gravity of the situation. When the authentication code response came back, Torres struggled to match the numbers with those in his daily code sheet. It was totally black, and the lights were down for night flying. I used my flashlight, still trying to fly and watch my radar. The authentication code matched, too. Torres, who was in the lead position, received orders to push his jet to maximum power by using full afterburner and to proceed to an altitude of 32,000 feet on a heading that would intercept the UFO. The F-86D moved to Mach 0.92, which is 92% of the speed of sound, or more than 700 miles per hour. 2. The maximum speed of the F-86D is 761 miles per hour. 5.
Yeah, I just want to talk over it. There was a TV series called UFO, but had U.F.O, and that's all it was called, the TV series. And they were scrambled to shoot down the UFOs before they got to Earth, and if they got to Earth, they had like a submarine and other things where they could launch it.
Yeah, they had a moon base as well, didn't they?
Mm.
Yeah.
So it's kind of strange that back then that they're seeing UFOs as hostile and just shooting them down at all costs, right?
Well, the same thing's going on today with TTSA. You know, it's naughty alien, bad UFO. They're pushing that threat narrative so hard. It's unbelievable. But of course, there's no way you're going to get funding unless something is, you know, an actual threat to you. They're not going to look at it as an interest or a scientific exploitation, are they? United States especially. It's all about defense, you know, the military-industrial complex. So, if something's not considered to be hostile, then it's not worth spending money on. And, of course, that's why now, all of a sudden, we're starting to look into these things because it's all they've always looked into it. It's just now it's more open to the public.
Why are they looking at some of these UFOs as being hostile anyway? If they haven't done nothing apart from just flying around and like observing.
Yeah, that's basically what I was saying, Charles. You make a good point there.
Yeah.
They've been here, it seems, for millennia, and they haven't done any great deal of harm. Well, not to the naked eye, anyway. But if you look into the abduction scenario, which I do tend to believe in, then taking people without consent is that's not good, is it?
Yeah.
That's not good. And of course, a lot of people have been hurt by the side effects of these things when they're in close proximity. You know, if you look into that, that's quite disturbing. So, I mean, it's like just for example, now you went to bed tonight, tomorrow you wake up, and there's footprints all around your room, okay, all over the floor. Nothing's been stolen. Nothing's been broken. You haven't been harmed, but somebody was there. Yeah. So, can you honestly sleep the next night thinking, "Oh, it's all fine. It's all fine. It doesn't mean no harm."
My eyes would be open all night waiting for them.
You got it, man. You got it.
Yeah.
Makes you wonder, though, why TV series were always seeing UFOs as hostile, though. Were they told something? Or was it government funded? Did they fund these things to say, well, this is a plot that we want you to produce for TV to try and get people used to the idea that UFOs and aliens are dangerous, ready for a disclosure event? Makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Or was it just for entertainment?
Yeah, and of course, what Hollywood and a lot of producers TV series do, they play on that fear factor, don't they?
Yeah.
But what came first? It's like a chicken and the egg scenario. But the UFOs came first, and then you had during the 50s all those alien invasion type films, didn't you?
Yeah,
I think it's called UF.O. And it's was it a UK series, or was it a UK/American?
Yeah, it was UK, wasn't it, Robert? Yeah, I think it was UK.
TV series.
I think it was.
Or was it like I know UK do form up with Canada. Canada do a lot of sci-fis.
It came out just after the Thunderbirds and stuff, wasn't it?
Yeah. The Thunderbirds was like a go happy saving people, and this was a totally different series. It had a bad vibe to it, actually.
I think it was made by the same people, though, wasn't it, Robert?
Here we go.
I really don't know.
Anderson did it, didn't he? The Thunderbirds and stuff.
Yeah, Jerry Anderson. It was created by Jerry Anderson and Sylvia Anderson.
Yeah, his wife. Yeah.
But this was less puppets. It was models and real people, which kind of made it different. Single series.
They're on YouTube. Episodes. These series, I know. They're on YouTube now. The series is, if you want to watch it, it's very good.
It's a cult classic, isn't it? I got it on the hard drive here. It was really hard to get copies of it. But yeah, it's a good series.
They seem to play more on the fact that they're coming from Mars, the aliens as well.
Well, I mean, of course, during the 40s, 50s, and 60s, we weren't quite sure. Yeah. If some of these planets could have a life or not. And of course,
let me just read out this. The series premise is that in 1980, a date indicated repeatedly in the opening credits, Earth is being visited by aliens from a dying planet who are abducting humans and harvesting their organs. So I never ever got that in the series, what the aliens are up to, but now I read this, I understand. So they're coming to Earth to kill people and take their organs, by the sounds of it. Conclusions may also be a prelude to a possible full-scale invasion. It sounds very much the same narrative that we're seeing today on TV and sci-fis. The series' main cast of characters. Could that be what really is happening? UFOs are not after our DNA, but they're trying to clone our organs to integrate into their own somehow.
I think it's much more complicated than that.
Maybe their planet's dying out and they want to repopulate it.
Okay, it's called Shadow, acronym for
Shadow.
Supreme Shadow. Right, Shadow.
Yeah, Shadow.
Supreme
all
Headquarters
on the table. Maybe they're a sterile civilization they can't reproduce.
Yeah.
Alien Defense Organization. Yeah, that's it.
I recommend anyway to watch it. It's a brilliant program. Brilliant series.
It is. It's real worth going dig it up and watch it. You've never seen it before. Anyway, we better carry on.
5. Torres and his wingmen were vectored by Met Sector to a position over the North Sea, just east of East Anglia. Asked to report any visual observations about the UFO, Torres told ground control, "I'm in the soup, and it is impossible to see anything." High altostratus clouds and night flying conditions prevented him from making any visual contact, too. Below is an external link to a Wikimedia map of the approximate location where Milton Torres approached the UFO. Map of approximate location of UFO encounter according to Milton Torres. Approaching the UFO. Aware that he was reaching the upper limit of his jet's capabilities, Torres requested to come out of afterburner, but ground control denied his request.
Really?
At that time,
Jesus.
he prepared to execute the order to fire a full salvo of rockets at the UFO. 2. The F-86D carried 24 rockets. The National Museum of the U.S. Air Force describes the aircraft as having a retractable tray of 24 rockets, and adds that the effect of these weapons would have been devastating to an enemy bomber, because each 2.75-inch Mighty Mouse Mk4/Mk40 folding fin aerial rocket, FFAR, contained the power of a 75mm artillery shell. 5. Folding fin aerial rocket. Source: Hill AFB. As Torres prepped all 24 of his rockets for firing, he could hear the other F-86D pilot also responding to orders from ground control. I wasn't paying too much attention, but I clearly remember him giving a roger to all the transmissions. I can only suppose he was as busy as I was. 2. Torres was given a final turning maneuver to execute, and was told to look 30 degrees to port. His radar screen displayed the UFO at 30 degrees, and about 15 miles distant. The blip was burning a hole in the radar with its incredible intensity. It was similar to a blip I had received from B-52S, and seemed to be a magnet of light. 2. According to Torres, the radar return had the proportions of a flying aircraft carrier. He added, by that I mean the return on the radar was so strong that it could not be overlooked by the fire control system on the F-86D. The larger the airplane, the easier the lock-on. This blip almost locked itself. It was the best target I could ever remember locking onto. I had locked on in just a few seconds, and I locked on exactly 15 miles, which was the maximum range for lock-on. 2. Cockpit of F-86D Sabre fighter jet. Source: U.S. Air Force Museum. Torres estimates that he approached to within 3,000 or 4,000 yards of the object, now about 25 degrees off his port side. If it had been daylight and good weather, I would have been able to see everything, Torres said. He worked to keep his target locked on as the clock ticked down to within 10 seconds of the rocket's firing. 3. Suddenly, he noticed that the object on the radar screen was moving. Do you have a tally-ho? Ground control radioed, wanting to know if he had made visual contact with the UFO. Torres replied that he was still in the soup and could see nothing too. By this time, the UFO had broke lock, and I saw him leaving my 30-mile range. Again I reported that he was gone, only to be told that he was now off their scope as well. With the loss of the blip off their scope, the mission was over. We were vectored back to home plate, Manston, and secured our switches. My last instructions were that they would contact me on the ground by landline. 2. Torres was left with the impression that the UFO was moving at no less than Mach 10, over 7,000 miles per hour, when it disappeared. 2. This thing had to be going double-digit Mach, making turns that I didn't think were possible, breaking all the rules of physics, Torres said. 6. According to Torres, the UFO didn't follow classic Newtonian mechanics. It made a right turn almost on a dime. The Royal Air Force radar scope had a range of 250 miles. And after 2 sweeps, which took 2 seconds, it was gone. And I was flying almost at Mach 1, at 0.92. 7. The entire event took only about an hour, Torres said. 3.
Yeah, so this is 1957 now, so you can completely rule out any kind of drone. And doesn't it sound so similar to the Tic Tac incident? The Nimitz incident? Sounds a bit similar, doesn't it? Yeah. 1957, 7,000 miles per hour, only a rocket could do that.
Yeah.
And the rocket don't turn. It don't turn at all, let alone a right angle turn. This is a seriously disturbing kind of incident.
Yeah.
And it is very good good evidence for something that's not ours, shall we say.
Yeah.
And the fact that he got 24 rockets on there and they're going to let him have it all.
Yeah.
But they fire all 24 at the same time, or does it sort of go push?
I think those things. Yeah, I think that's how it would have gone, Paul. I think those things are relatively small. So yeah, you could load 24 of them. They were maybe like 2 to 3 feet in size. But of course, it would have taken down any airplane. Yeah, sure. And of course, the proximity fuse was being used by then, so it would have been highly effective. But it wasn't getting near this thing, was it?
Do you think it could outrun on rockets if it wanted to?
Mm-hmm.
The UFO? Do you think it could outrun them?
Well, we've heard war stories in Vietnam, wasn't it? Or was it World War II? I can't be sure now. But it was on that Hangar 1 series, I think it was, where they talked about
Vietnam. I think, it's when they turned the rocket back on them.
Yeah, and that's quite amazing.
But that story's a bit dodgy, you know, Paul.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought maybe you could believe a whole group of troops saying the same thing. I thought it was more than one person saying that.
No, there wasn't. You know, there was only 1 or 2 witnesses that came forward with those claims.
Okay. Well, that's why you can't really believe TV series too much, can you? Turns out to leave out half the facts and it changes the whole story.
Well,
anyway.
Yeah, well, TV series are for entertainment, really, aren't they?
You've got to chase it down.
Yeah.
You've got to chase the facts down.
Yeah.
They want the viewers there, so they've got to entertain them, haven't they?
Yeah.
Aftermath. Digital simulation of encounter between Torres F-86D and very large UFO. After the mission, Torres was advised that the mission he had just completed was classified, and that he would receive further information about it from an investigator. Torres later wrote, "I had not the foggiest idea what had actually occurred, nor would anyone explain anything to me." 2. On the day after the incident, Torres was ushered into a room of the squadron operations area, where a well-dressed American civilian in a dark blue trenchcoat was waiting for him. The civilian, who looked to Torres like an IBM salesman, and was in his late 30s or early 40s, had come from London to interview Torres. He waved a National Security Agency, NSA, ID at Torres, and immediately began asking questions about the UFO sighting. He advised me that this would be considered highly classified, and that I should not discuss it with anybody, not even my commander. He threatened me with a national security breach if I breathed a word about it to anyone. He disappeared without so much as a goodbye, and that was that, as far as I was concerned. The interview took only about 30 minutes, but Torres was significantly impressed by it that he did not speak to anyone about the UFO incident until recent years. 2. Torres told the Air Force Times that the NSA agent threatened to revoke his flying privileges and end his Air Force career if he talked about the mission. He told me I would lose my pilot's license, and it would be the end of my flying days. 6. Radar anomaly? Since Torres never saw the UFO with his own eyes, some have suggested that what he and the ground radar observers saw was only a radar anomaly. According to inquiries by the British Ministry of Defence, MOD, in 1988, a possible explanation for the blip on Torres' radar screen is that an experiment in electronic warfare was taking place by means of a bogus radar pulse being transmitted to create an illusion on the pilot's radar of a solid moving target, and that, at the last minute before the pilot was due to release his salvo of rockets, the target was very swiftly removed off his radar screen, by some technical means creating the further illusion that the target had outrun the pilot. 2.
Honestly.
According to the online edition of the British newspaper The Times, the experiment may have been part of a secret Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, program codenamed Palladium. The program used advanced electronic equipment to create simulated radar blips close to Soviet airspace. 8. However, recently released CIA documents show that the Palladium program did not actually begin until the early 1960s. 9. It was no radar experiment, Torres responded in a 2009 interview. What I saw on my radar screen was an actual object that was in the sky. It was nothing made on Earth. It moved at close to Mach 10 and also hovered in place like a helicopter. It had some kind of amazing propulsion system on it. 3. Case files released. The MOD began releasing declassified UFO-related files in 2005 as requests were made under Britain's Freedom of Information Act, FOIA. According to the British National Archives website, in 2008 MOD announced their intention to transfer all their remaining records on UFOs to the National Archives before 2010. This transfer has now begun with 27 UFO files dating from 1979 to 1991 open to the public via the National Archives UFO website during 2008. 10. Documents released in October 2008 included a 1988 letter from Torres to the MOD relating his UFO experience and expressing his desire to know more about what really happened on that day. About Milton John Torres. Milton Torres was born on July 28, 1931 in New York City, but moved to Miami, Florida, at age 15. He joined the U.S. Air Force in 1951 and was commissioned as a lieutenant in 1954, serving in Great Britain as a fighter pilot. In 1961, he earned a Bachelor of Science degree in engineering and became a range control officer at Cape Canaveral AFS for the Gemini and Apollo space programs. Later, he flew 276 combat missions in the Vietnam War and earned 13 air medals, including the Distinguished Flying Cross. He attained the rank of major before retiring from military service in 1971. After leaving the military, he earned a doctorate degree in mechanical engineering and became an engineering professor at Florida International University. He retired from the university in 2004. Torres wrote a novel in 2005 titled The Good Guys Were Blue Hats, ISBN 978-1420846522, based partly on his own experiences in the military and working with NASA. 11. Recent comments by Torres. In an interview with the Miami Herald published October 23, 2008, the 77-year-old Torres stated that the UFO he saw on radar in 1957 was not made of this earth, and that his mission to fire upon the UFO was just a dumb little kid going to slaughter. He expressed gratitude at not having fired, because he surely would have been vaporized. 12. Speaking to Miles O'Brien of Cable News Network, CNN, Torres said he is convinced the UFO he encountered was designed by an alien intelligence and was not manufactured on Earth. 13. He also said it was some kind of space alien craft. It was so fast, it was so incredible, it was absolutely death-defying. 14. To this day, when he, Torres, goes outside, he always looks up, half expecting to catch a glimpse of the prey that escaped him that night, according to an article in the Toronto Star. 15. External links.
That's it.
Yeah, that's done.
We are
Very
done.
intelligent.
But yeah, let's hear from the man himself. I've left the
So I
link
noticed,
up.
Charles, that your audio still breaks up, even though Robert is crystal clear. So I reckon it's the app you're using on your Chromebook or something. There's something to do with your setup there.
I can hear Charles loud and clear.
Yeah, to me,
No,
he
they
just
could-
he
oh,
fades
oh.
away. He fades away into oblivion. So if you play it back, you'll hear it. He just fades away, unless you if it's something to do with if you get two sounds together and he seems to fade away. If there's another sound, that's why I pause and let him talk, because he fades away otherwise. Anyway, another link to go. I think it's because you're using the app and we're using the browsers. You're using a browser, aren't you, Robert? Using the special browser link.
Yes, but if you just stay quiet just for a couple of seconds and let Charles talk and let me hear him speak now.
Mm-hmm.
Go, Charles.
I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, I said the guy was a very intelligent person.
Absolutely. Yes, agreed. And now that you're speaking on your own, you're absolutely clear as well.
Yeah, it's clear, but if you talk and he talks, you'll see it cut out. So if you talk and he talks at the same time, try it now, you'll see that it kind of fades out. And you have to do that, of course.
Yeah, there's nothing we can do about that, Paul.
Okay, you try and talk while Robert talks and see what happens. I just want to do a test
Let's
here.
talk over.
So you see it was cutting out then, and you were more dominant than he was?
I didn't detect anything different here.
Me,
fine.
You're just way in the background there, just like a robotics type sound here I'm hearing. When Robert was talking at the same time you're talking.
Okay, man. We can't sort all the technical problems out, Paul, all of the time. And this is just a distraction, really. So shall we get on with the next link?
I'm trying to, but it's not working. Yeah, I'll just try again.
This is the first show with all three of us anyway.
Yeah. See, I come up with that one. Is it a video? This one, Robert?
Yeah. I think it'd be okay to play this.
I thought I deleted the link at the front and it's not working. Try again. It's working this time.
Mm-hmm.
And the interview, is it safe one?
I'd say so.
We've lost a few ads on your shows. It doesn't really matter too much, really. As long as there's not music. Music is the problem. Like that. So not too sure where this is from. I got the music still. Yep, switch.
I think they've been around for years, and they're documenting what's going on Earth. For what reason, I don't know. And when I came in on this thing, I had my trigger depressed, ready to shoot, and it just took off. But I knew now, like I said, that this was not an ordinary airplane. This is something far beyond anything we're on, even on the drawing board. Mach 10. No way. I'm sure that the Russians have incidents like this. I'm sure that others. I know that have been reported from Peru and Argentina and other countries. And even Iran had one that they talked about. So, you know, this is too universal to be a singular incident. This is just one of many. If there is a reason for closing it and putting it secret, it's because they're afraid that people will panic. Because, you know, they're afraid of aliens and the War of the Worlds and things like that. I don't think that's the case. Because I don't see any hostile intent in anything they've done so far.
Britain's Ministry of Defense has released 4,500 declassified pages of UFO sightings in British airspace. Beginning on page 295, the Milton Torres order to shoot down a UFO is finally verified after 52 years of silence. Retired Major Dr. Milton Torres, Ph.D., U.S. Air Force top jet fighter pilot, decorated Vietnam hero, and professor of civil engineering, is the only person in the world known to have been ordered to shoot down a UFO. This is his story.
This is a model of my F-86D in England with all the same markings that I had in England with the checkerboard squadron that was in with the Queen. And this was the 86D with a radome here, and the rocket pod is here holding 24 rockets, and that's what I was supposed to shoot down.
See, that's bigger.
And this is my favorite
bigger pods.
When I first came to Manston, the first thing we had to do was to, quote, transition to the new airplane. Well, I was already transitioned. I was trained at Terran Air Force Base in Texas, which did nothing but train F-86D pilots. Okay, when I got there, we had everybody in the squadron had to get up to speed at the same level. We fired rocketry at Tripoli. We did all kinds of things. Once we finally knew what we were doing, so they say, they put us on alert. That we had to take a share of the alert. This is for the RAF and the USAF, depending on which airplanes were on duty. We would be on alert, waiting to be scrambled. Now, the scrambles usually were nothing more than some airliner that was lost or somebody up there that was in trouble and they wanted us to come up and lead them in. That's usually what happened. When I got this scramble, this is a different story. We were at the end of the runway in our alert shack, waiting for a scramble order, and I got it. It was somewhere near midnight. I don't remember the exact time, but it was very close to midnight. I scrambled, we got into the airplane and took off. The minute I took off, I checked into the GCI site, which was given to me when I took off. And GCI advised me, pick up a heading of 120 and go gate, which I was already at gate, which means going to afterburner all the way. The soup was so thick, you couldn't see any lights, you couldn't see anything. It was a set of clouds that went from the ground up to 32,000 feet, and I couldn't see a thing. It was one of these pea soup fogs that they had in England at the time. And during these pea soup fogs, this is when they were burning coal mostly in England, and therefore the fogs were really tough. So anyway, the minute I got airborne, there was actually before I got airborne, they indicated this would be a hot fire measure. Hot fire? I turned and it says, you will be ordered to fire 24 rockets. Well, that's a very heavy order, the kind of order that you demand an authentication. So I picked up my little matrix and went through the authentication procedure, and I looked down and they gave me 2 letters. They said, yes, this is not a problem. That means I have to fire. From that moment on, it was, I didn't know what to hope. This was either a Russian or some aircraft that they wanted to shoot down.
That's the interview. There's a part 2,
yeah,
obviously.
There's a part 2 to it. Do you want me to find it?
Is it worth playing it though?
Well, hold on. He's not got to the crux of the story as yet. But when he was talking about a pea super there, do you know what that means?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm just asking you. It's a really thick fog where you can't see jack shit, basically.
Right. Is that part 2 there?
You got a part 2?
Is it part 2 on the side there?
Yeah, I've got it.
Sure. Not sure if it's
I've got it,
Paul.
Were you afraid?
Normally have it down the side, don't they, part 2?
No, mate. It's okay. I'm pretty good at finding things. And quickly. There we go.
This is going to stuff up though. So it's got studio in front when you pasted it. Kind of weird, isn't it? It modifies the link when you post it. So now we got to edit it because it's going to go wrong. Really weird how they do that. I don't know what their thinking was. Well, that's the coders that you Google for you. Part 2. Has it got music?
Were you afraid that you were going to cause World War III?
First, my first concern was, Jesus, this is the first shot of World War III. I didn't want to hear that, but nevertheless, that's what ran through my mind. I just went through the motions. I was ordered to fire on this machine, and I was going to fire on it. I was going to salvo rockets, 24 of them. That was my orders, 24 rockets. That's the whole load of shot. So, as far as I was concerned, that was my orders, and that's all I was going to do. And being a good fighter pilot, I thought anyway, I'm going to obey my orders. And to salute and say, yes, sir, and proceed ahead. I had no idea what it was. So we continued on the mission. I selected the rockets. I was ready to go. They advised me to turn on a heading. There'd be a firing. We actually made what they call an intern vector. So that means my wingman was about 5 miles behind me. We would turn on the same vector, and we would come into this, whatever it was, bomber or whatever. They advised me, look on your port side at about 15 miles. That's where it's at. Sure enough, there it was. As big, as I said before, as big as an aircraft carrier as far as the blip was concerned. It was an easy lock on, very easy.
Sounds pretty much like that Japanese flight, doesn't it?
I got about 200 knot overtake on them.
Oh,
where he was going, and I was
flight
going
1628 was at Tahuchi.
Yeah, where he's talking about a big mothership as big as a carrier, and then a smaller one was coming from it. Sounds like almost like the same thing, doesn't it?
Because that was commercial aircraft, and it was no actual.
Yeah,
there was no hostility towards the UFO, if you like.
For some reason, 24 rockets taking out an aircraft carrier size UFO, I don't think would have worked.
Well, then the other aircrafts were there though with him, wasn't they? So if his hadn't took him down, he would have fired, wouldn't they?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think you could take down a UFO like that. I'm pretty sure the UFOs would have some sort of method of repelling rockets, or at least the rockets would go through the skin and outside the other. Just like make like a bullet. Go straight through.
Well, they do some damage to it though.
Look, we don't know what we're dealing with. Let's face that as a fact now. We just don't know what we are dealing with. So you can't kind of make these, which I call silly, little scenarios, whether it would hurt it or not. We just do not know. It's
okay, do you think his 24 rockets would take out an aircraft carrier?
It could hurt an aircraft carrier, possibly, yes. If it hit in the right spot.
Yeah.
But it wasn't an aircraft carrier. It was the size of one, Paul. It's not important. But I'm just trying to
do a comparison here. Do you really think that his little plane was going to do much to a big mothership?
I think it's a trivial, futile comparison, Paul. It just doesn't add up.
Oh, I thought it was important, but anyway.
Well, I mean, if you want to try and look at everything in black and white terms, human technology, then I think you're on the wrong track, personally. But let's see what he says.
And being Mach 1 would be around 750. We couldn't go that fast. At any rate, I had a solid lock, and now came in the target, and it gives you a circle on the radar, and in that circle they have another little circle, and it has the jizzle band. The jizzle band is the band you see on the radar when it goes round and round, except in our case it was held still because I was locked on. Anyway, as I was going in, I looked up there. My overtake was holding at about 250 to 300 knots, somewhere in that neighborhood, closure rate. And then all of a sudden, I got started to shrink. This means I'm going to tell him. I said, Judy, which means to them that I've got the complete intercept on my own. I'm ready to fire. I pulled the trigger, and nothing happened. But It was coming in, and just about 2 or 3 seconds to go, it's supposed to go into a flat line where I just put the
pause it there
on
for a
the
second.
line, and
What did he just say there?
You've pulled the trigger and nothing happened.
Thank you, Charles. Go on, let it go.
the radar takes over all computations and fires the missiles if I have it depressed. Well, that didn't happen. Next thing I know, I look up, I see the Jizzle band was in center, and this blip was going straight north, straight away from me, and away from me, and it was going at I estimate Mach 10, because it was so fast. And the RAF told me this time that we've lost our target. He went off our radar completely, and we have a 250-mile scope, and he's gone. And I said, well, he's gone with me too. He's out of range. I'm returning and going home. So I did, and they vectored me to home plate. At any rate, that's when they told me that call me on the landline, and I got the rest of the information on the landline. Then they told me that the British were sending somebody down from London to debrief me, and that's
MOD.
all that happened that day. I landed, went home. The next morning I went to work, and this guy, the spook, comes in, and Ron Kane brings him to me, and I had no idea who he was.
Makes you wonder if they saw a huge mothership on radar, doesn't it?
It was a government bag. And
makes you wonder if they saw the big mothership on radar as well.
They
so
did.
there must be more information out there that backs up his claim here.
Yeah, absolutely. And the MOD have got that, but you'll never see it. We'll never see it.
Yeah, it's
if it's shot up north, that's going Scotland way, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And surely they'd have launched some more aircraft from up there, wouldn't they? Scrambled them.
Possibly.
If they could even keep track of it, yeah, maybe they would. Yeah. There was plenty of air bases up there. That's for sure. Yeah.
This is gone completely.
We got limited ads already on this. That's kind of crazy, isn't it?
Paul, never mind about limited ads. Let's get on with this.
So I suspected it might be CIA. Who knows what it was? He was a spook. That's all I knew. So I told him the whole story, and he told me, no uncertain terms, don't tell anybody. It's been declared top secret, and if you open your mouth to anybody, that includes your commander or your wingman or anybody else, if you open up your mouth to anybody, and it says, we'll get you off of flying status. That was enough for me to be quiet for the rest of the time.
In layman's terms, how fast is Mach 10?
An SR-71, which is called the Blackbird, is no longer flying for the Air Force, but it was flying at 3,000 miles per hour. Mach 10 is more than like 10,000 miles an hour, 10 times the speed of sound. My Blackbird couldn't fly that, and nothing on the drawing board that we've got now can fly that, except maybe the shuttle as it goes through the atmosphere. So those airplanes, those missiles,
yeah, and that won't change
go
direction.
Very high speeds, but not like this. Because
that's why I said it's only taking 5 minutes to get up to
Yeah.
Scrambled.
You got it, Charles.
Yeah, if you're going to talk, just say pause and pause it.
Stop and orbit over the ground, come from great speeds to a sudden stop that would kill us. With inertia, we would be strained to the straps, so to speak, with that kind of speed. Yet it could accelerate to 10,000 in no time at all. So this means it's something beyond our propulsion systems. Now, I can imagine in the future that they have magnetic propulsion systems based on gravitation of spheres.
Okay, so this is back in 1957, right? And he's saying this the same as what they're talking about in 2004 Nimitz, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Such as Jupiter and Venus and Mars and what have you. But we don't have that system yet until we're able to harness the gravitational pull. We won't be able to do that. These people are doing something with their propulsion system that we haven't been able to do as yet. That doesn't mean we won't. We probably will. They're ready to go on. But Mach 10 is extremely high speed. Listen, I don't know what this alien spacecraft is made of. The last I heard, it was very light. However, we don't have the materials at this time, but we will have, because in the case of the SR-71, those materials were not together. They would leak fuel all the time, and the only thing you had to do is turn the engines on, and then everything. When you go those speeds, those plates would seal itself, and that's beyond us, beyond anything we're doing yet, except for the. I don't know about Mach 10. I don't know what Mach they're going to be able to go to. I don't even guess anymore. But
so what he's saying there is that the fuel tanks were constantly leaking fuel, and when it gets up into fast speed, obviously it heats up and expands, and it seals the gaps that they were using on the tiles for the stealth.
Yeah.
Kind of weird,
Paul,
though.
Yeah. Paul, what he's saying is we're dealing with something that was light years ahead.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah. He's saying
Never
that
mind fuel tanks. These things aren't using fossil fuels, Paul.
Yeah, but this is our cutting-edge technology is flying here, and you're saying it's not perfect, and because there's...
Not perfect, by far.
Yeah, our cutting edge in them days was nothing compared to what they got then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like a kid's toy.
I'm
what
surprised
we've got in
that
2020 is a joke compared to what that was doing.
I'm surprised the Stars hasn't brought up this similar case on their show, because this is a good one to back up everything they're talking about, right?
It's a fantastic case.
Maybe you should be working for To the Stars TV series to try and incorporate better stuff for them. Robert.
I don't think he'd be alive now, Paul.
Oh, no, probably not. But you still could dig up the old footage and include it into the series, right? But anyway.
It takes a lot of good engineering.
All right, it was almost at the end anyway. It was at the end anyway, but...
That sounds to me like the most legit thing I've ever heard in my life.
Thank you, Charles. Bang on. That's why I didn't want that messing about earlier. I wanted to get on with this case because that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
Is looking for the proof of aliens.
Yeah.
Let's put it in simple terms, and I think that's a damn good case to prove that it's a reality. But I'm going to back this up with something else. And it's a kind of a similar case, and I know we've done it before.
Yeah, I thought I might have heard it before. Is it the helicopters one, was it?
No. That's another case entirely. I've left you the link, Paul.
Okay, yeah. CPU's just gone crazy on me here. Yeah, it won't minimize. Okay, link. Something went on there. Anyway, it's been pretty good so far. Maybe the tweaks I've done have improved it a bit.
Whatever.
Really, it's a shame, really, that a lot of these guys like him now are aging so much now. And then sooner or later they're going to be gone, and then who's going to back up these things from the past?
Yeah, at least they're documented. At least they're documented, and those interviews are still there. You're quite correct, Charles. It was Stanton Friedman actually said, "We're fighting a battle with the Undertaker."
Yeah.
But then we got new stuff coming out probably. So let's see what the future brings. And we got the better technology now, and less likely they could cover it up, right? So
we hope so. Hope they don't cover it.
But it might be that somehow they're able to block a lot of UFOs coming now, so we're starting to see less credible ones like these guys are seeing with the classic sources and motherships, right?
No, Paul, you just take into account now, something may have happened today and won't come out until another 20 years. Now, this guy didn't come out because he was told to shut his mouth, wasn't he? Yeah? He came out at a later date.
Yeah.
And then we hear about it.
Right, yeah.
You know, even like a huge incident like the Phoenix Lights, that didn't come out for a few years afterwards, you know.
Yeah, that's right.
It wasn't really in the public domain.
Yeah. And then they put up the flares video, of course, and and then the silly stuff after that, and the mayor making jokes about aliens. And they just lifted it off, right? It's the same as the New Zealand one. They sort of read it off, right? Although there was 2 radar locks, they somehow managed to convince everybody it was just a technical error. Go on to work again, people.
The 1976 The Terran, Iran UFO F-4 incident.
Oh yeah, we have done this one.
Published 10:27 a.m. February 1st, 2005. An extremely compelling case of an invading UFO occurred in Tehran, Iran in September of 1976. On the 19th, the Air Force of Iran began receiving calls from local citizens reporting an unusual, unidentifiable object in the skies. The Air Force duty officer called the Assistant Deputy Commodore of Operations informing him of the situation and asking for guidance in how to handle the situation. He knew there were no planes flying at the time that could account for the strange reports. At first USFIT thought the edgy citizens were seeing just stars or the planet Venus, but after even more inquiries, he decided to look for himself. As he checked out the unknown object, he knew immediately that it was no star. It was much larger and brighter. He made the decision to scramble an F-4 jet from Cherokee Air Force Base to get a closer look at the unusual object. The plane left the runway at approximately 1:30 a.m. to intercept the UFO. The plane sped toward the large, bright unknown which lay some 70 miles north of them. About halfway there, the plane began to experience communication problems. Instrumentation was also faulty, so the pilot dropped off course, heading back to Cherokee. As the F-4 changed course, instrumentation and communication was suddenly restored. Had the UFO compromised the plane's functions as it approached, and then allowed them again as the plane dropped from its course? Another F-4 left the airbase, attempting to identify the UFO. As the second jet approached the UFO, they made radar contact. Crew members stated that the size of the radar return was similar to that of a 707 jet. The actual size of the object was impossible to determine visually because of the brilliance of the glowing object. The jet drew nearer to the UFO. For a time, the F-4 bridged the distance between itself and the UFO, but even flying above Mach 1, the UFO suddenly shot away from the F-4. This incredible burst of speed was confirmed by the plane's radar, and also visually. The pilot of the F-4 was not able to gain any ground on the UFO, but managed to pace it as they sped through the skies. The crew of the plane would later say that the UFO had strobing lights arranged rectangularly. The lights alternated from red, blue, green, and orange in color. The plane's crew was astonished to see another, smaller object emerge from the large UFO. The plane and UFO were now flying south of Tehran. The smaller object made a beeline to the F-4 moving at incredible speeds. Fearing for their very lives, the pilot aimed an AIM-9 missile at the approaching object, but just as he did, the weapons control panel went offline, and he lost all communication. The only course of action left was to dive to try to avoid a collision with the approaching UFO or weapon. The approaching object followed the plane into its dive briefly, but then tailed off and returned to the larger UFO. All functions were again online as the UFO left the jet behind.
Also, there was a ground eyewitness to this as well, apparently.
There was more than one, Paul. There was a whole village. But this is the same kind of incident. He tried to fire his weapons, and this was electrical. Everything went offline. And don't forget, Iran in 1976 was before the Islamic Revolution in 1979, wasn't it? So they were big pals with the United States, and that's where they had all this up-to-date weaponry. They were kind of the United States' eye in the Middle East kind of thing, to keep an eye on the situation there. Of course, that all changed in 79 with the Ayatollah and all that stuff, and not so much has come out of Iran since then. But look at the comparison between the two cases. As soon as that weapons lock-on was achieved, boom, it was gone. And it didn't just disappear, it shut off its weapon system. And the only thing that was left working was the engine.
Yeah, and that was confirmed by the pilot and the radar.
You got it.
Straight away. I wonder if that was something like a drone that had come out of the main one.
Well, I wouldn't say that was anything human technology, to be honest.
No, I'm not saying human tech. I mean alien technology, like an alien drone.
Yes, definitely, Charles. I mean, it's difficult. Like a drone, some kind of a probe. You could call it that.
Yeah.
Something that was gathering data. Definitely.
Well, it wasn't giving off a blanket EMF burst to knock out the electronics, though, either, was it?
It did.
No, it was more precise. So if it did that, the engines probably would have cut out. The electrical system. For like spark plugs in the car and all that stuff.
Sure.
This seemed to be like more directed EMF somehow, rather than a global wave that hits the plane, knocks it all completely out the air. But,
Paul, you make a very good point there. Was it actually an intended thing, or was it just a side effect of its propulsion system as he got too close to it? That we don't know. But this, to me, sounds like it was directly trying to knock out its weapon system.
Yeah. Didn't it fire a beam of some sort of energy? Was that the one that took it? Yeah.
You carry on with it. We'll get to the bottom.
Behind. There was never an explanation for what two F-4 jets chased over the skies of Tehran. The crew members stated that the UFO moved at incredible speeds and had the ability to disable the plane's instrumentation. This is one of the best documented UFO/plane chases on record. Written by B.J. Booth. Visit the UFO Casebook channel on YouTube.
I think that's it, isn't it?
Join us on Facebook.
Yeah. What the hell's that? Okay.
Okay, I think he'll be good to go with this. It's Daily Motion, which I'll try and use a bit more often because it doesn't have the same censorship as YouTube.
I think we're working pretty well tonight, touch wood. So I won't mess around with the system after this, if it's working all right.
Please don't, Paul.
Well, Windows could sabotage it yet, but we never know.
You shouldn't say things like that. Just keep your mouth shut.
What's this? Is it another video? Is it? Okay. What is this anyway?
You'll see.
Is it safe?
At about 12:30 a.m.
So.
on September 19th, 1976, the Imperial Iranian Air Force command post at Tehran received several telephone reports from citizens of strange lights in the sky. The command post contacted General Nader Yousefi, Assistant Deputy Commander of Operations. General Yousefi took a look for himself and saw a very bright object, larger than a star. At that point, he decided to scramble one F-4 Phantom jet from Cherokee Air Force Base in Hamadan.
Everybody was worried about incursions by the Soviets, flying aircraft over non-Soviet territories. So they had considered the possibility that this might be some incursion by the Soviets, but when they saw this multiple flashing light stuff going on, it made no sense to imagine it would be the Soviets trying to covertly fly over Iran for whatever reason.
You don't scramble if you're not worried. And once you've established it's not a Soviet airplane or something like that, why do you keep chasing?
At 01:30 hours, the F-4 took off and proceeded to a point 40 nautical miles north of Tehran. It was noted that the object was of such brilliance that it could be seen up to 70 miles away. When the F-4 came to within about 25 nautical miles of the object, the jet suddenly lost all instrumentation and communications. The pilot broke off the intercept and turned away. When the F-4 had turned back towards its airbase, the aircraft regained instrumentation and communication. At 01:40 hours, a second F-4 was scrambled. Closing on the object at 150 nautical miles per hour and at a range of 25 nautical miles, the object began to move, keeping a steady distance of 25 nautical miles from the F-4.
The pilot described the object as being flashing colors. It had some size to it, but he couldn't really see a size or shape because it was so bright, but it was flashing multiple colors at a high rate of speed. They all blurred together, he said. Certainly something unlike what we would expect to be in the skies anywhere, to say nothing of over Terran.
While the object and the F-4 continued on a southerly path, a smaller, second object detached itself from the first and advanced on the F-4 at a high rate of speed. The pilot, believing he was under attack, tried to launch a Sidewinder missile, but he suddenly lost all instrumentation, including weapons control, and all communication. The F-4 pilot then took evasive action. The object fell in behind him at about 4 nautical miles distance for a short time, then turned and rejoined the primary object. The main object then flew away at several times the speed of sound. Once again, as soon as the F-4 had turned away, instrumentation and communications were regained.
The fact that anybody can cause sophisticated military aircraft to lose important systems at their whim because the systems came back on, 2 different airplanes after all, that's scary. Because Iran was a close ally of the United States at that time, the Americans were called in and they helped in the investigation. The Defense Intelligence Agency report that was filed because of that investigation went to the Central Intelligence Agency, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Department of State, the White House. It was clearly considered important.
The DIA report concluded the value of this information was high, timely, and of major significance. Quote, "This case is a classic which meets all the criteria necessary for a valid study of the UFO phenomenon."
That's it.
Yep. Wow. Mates, we got aliens.
It seems Michael Jordan was not only one of the...
See, Robert, that first one to me looks like an alien drone that's spying, and I think because that thing was coming under threat from those jets, I think that other thing that came out from that other craft, I think that was well under control, and they were after that jet, and that those aliens or something in that one. You know what I mean? Maybe the drone couldn't defend itself as well as, you know.
I don't know, but something seriously sophisticated shut down that weapon system.
Yeah, maybe it could shut down the weapon system, but I think the second craft, I think that one had the capabilities to take those crafts out, those aircrafts out.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that was under control by aliens. If that was.
Yeah. Don't be worried about saying it.
Yeah.
Look.
That's what I think. I think the first one was spying.
I mean, look at it logically with these two cases we've just seen now. And if you use Occam's razor, there's only one conclusion to come to. We got aliens.
Yeah.
It could be like a decoy, though. Could be a decoy. So if they released a probe, like Charles was saying, they could be using it like a decoy to attract the missiles rather than going to the main craft.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. It might not. Carry on,
yeah.
Paul.
Yeah. So we're just guessing, though, as Robert would say.
Yeah.
You know, it could actually create a force field, right? Like it would be like the plane crashing into a concrete brick wall, right? Although that never happened, so it sort of defends the larger craft. So who knows? They could have all sorts of crazy technology that's beyond their capability. But if they can pass through a flying saucer through walls of houses and abduct people, I'm pretty sure they can sort of make their ship into a big jelly thing, and the rockets just pass through, right, and explode beyond. But if they got a proximity fuse, as Robert is saying, then if they could ignite them just as it's getting to the craft or inside the craft, then that's a different story. Even if they could dissolve, would the explosion also pass through the craft? So there's a lot of unknowns there, and science-wise, or our science understanding what's going on there.
Oh, there's one hell of a lot of questions.
Yeah. But they do sound very similar.
Yeah.
Those two cases did, yes.
Yeah.
Of course, you get people talking about like it's our perception, like the change in our reality perception, and to us it might be there, but they're not really there. But then it doesn't explain why the radar picks it up. I know Earl Gray's talked about this before, but I think he's forgetting that some of these cases have solid return evidence on radar, which proves it is there and it's not being projected into our minds. But we've got him coming up this week, so maybe if I remember, I might actually bring that up as a debate question. But yeah, it should be good. We should get him on with some of the latest cases that he's worked on and discuss them, hopefully. But yeah, carry on. What do you want to say? Next link, is there?
Yep. Yeah, next link.
Come on. Here we go. A Daily Motion again? Or did I miss something?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
Another link.
Another
link's come up.
Now this is interesting.
Yep, someone's put a lot of effort into the drawing. Oh, I got the edge of it. I was trying to select the text, not the edge of it. Yeah, let me just get that sorted out. Is it allowed to select it? Yeah.
a former Air Force UFO debunker, aliens, and unexplained crashed UFOs.
Oh. I'm just trying to get this right. What's going on here? Oh, there we go. Something's gone screwy with the browser here.
Told not to open me,
mate. Can we get there? And let's just select it. See, here we go. What, is it working?
Alien encounters bizarre conspiracy.
No. Something went wrong there. Something with this page. Hang on. Try that.
For as many people out there who believe in UFOs, and that they are something beyond our current ability to understand, there are probably just as many skeptics who seek to debunk it all and explain it away. This might be because they really believe there are mundane answers, or in some cases it may be because they are trying to hide something and keep it from public scrutiny. But whatever the reasons, what happens when one of these skeptics sees something themselves that changes their mind? What if that person was an official with the government charged with being a skeptic and debunker as his profession? Here we have a wild story of an alleged former military official, whose job it was to create cover-ups and sweep away the truth, only to admit years later that the truth was not that clear or easy to dismiss. Back in the 1950s, the main driving force behind the U.S. government's efforts to investigate the UFO phenomenon, and one of the most well-known of a series of such projects, was a little something called Project Blue Book. Started in 1952, it was conducted by the United States Air Force with the aim of scientifically analyzing UFO data and determining if UFOs posed any sort of threat to national security. Up until its closure in 1969, the project would investigate thousands of reports of unidentified flying objects, and while they were ostensibly set up to try and figure out what was going on, mostly it seemed that their job was to find whatever mundane explanation they could find to stuff any given report into. At times they seemed to have been almost damage control with the public, to sweep it all away in order to avoid panic, and they would officially claim to have never found any evidence at all of these objects representing a national threat, or of consisting of any sort of extraterrestrial vehicles, or proof of some anomalous advanced technology. They spent a lot of time debunking, in other words, and one of their chief debunkers was supposedly a man by the name of Lieutenant Colonel Richard French.
Okay, so we know that Project Blue Book was a dog and pony show. We know it was a debunking exercise now. History tells us that. We know it was a public relations thing at the time, which history has proved it was a complete horlicks, which is why to this day the Air Force will never get involved again because they've got a really bad reputation. So this guy saying he was a military official that was designated to debunk these cases. So far, so good. It kind of makes sense. I just have to pop to the bathroom, guys.
Do you want us to carry on reading or wait till you get back? No, it's too late. Are you still there, Charles? I suppose are you getting tired now? It's after midnight, isn't it?
Kind of a half hour or so. It's okay. So them two first cases, they sounded pretty legit, didn't they?
We didn't do an FMI on it. Where's the thing?
What is it?
We didn't do that on it. Let's see if that comes up while we're waiting anyway. Yeah, it looks like it's working good. So maybe if we remember, we might do it at the end. I haven't actually tested out all this since the upgrades. I think it's going a lot better though. 100% at the moment though, doing that for some reason. CPU.
Things are going better tonight, aren't they? So.
Definitely. Just a few extra CPU percents makes a difference.
Yeah. He's back.
Alright. It'll finish automatically anyway. Which is plugged up. CPU's least dropped to 40% now for some reason. It's almost like it does some extra work in the background.
Okay,
Probably because
okay, buddy, let's go.
Let's go, go, go. Okay. I'll just minimize that. I think it's slowing it down.
French. Lieutenant Colonel Richard French.
Now where did we get to?
French's main job with Project Blue Book was to allegedly explain away any and all UFO reports in digestible ways that the public could handle. He not only shot down fakes, but also managed to sweep away any reports that were not convenient or were annoyingly difficult to explain, and you can bet that Venus, Jupiter, and swamp gas were in his bag of tricks. What makes French's story so interesting is that while his job was to downplay or outright dismiss these reports, he at one point had his own astounding experience that was not so easy to explain away and wouldn't be uncovered until long after he had retired. In 2013, French was part of a citizen hearing on disclosure in Washington, D.C., where he testified on his experiences in Project Blue Book, along with a panel of 6 former members of Congress, and he had some interesting things to say. His own experience apparently happened in the early 1950s, when he was a young man out off the coast of St. John's, in Newfoundland. At the time he had been called to investigate what was being called a UFO crash, and made his way to the location to find a crowd of people bunched up together on a wharf looking out over the gray water. French would explain of the situation. They said, "We have a UFO report, and we want you to investigate it," and that was standard for what I was doing. They told me there were 2 of them involved, and that they were deep under the water, after entering the water doing roughly 100 miles an hour. There were a lot of people assembled on the wharf, at least 100 standing around just looking in amazement at the water, including several local policemen. Considering he had spent his career up to that point debunking such reports, and had been very good at it, French didn't really expect to see much. Yet, when he looked out across the relatively clear waters, he said he could notice that there was definitely something weird going on. There under the surface about 20 feet from shore he says he could see 2 disc-shaped craft about 18 feet in diameter and approximately 3 feet thick, both of which seemed to just be hovering there as the gawking bystanders watched on in bafflement. In addition to the 2 objects, he also says that he then noticed that there were 2 diminutive humanoid beings also there in that frigid water, who seemed to be in the process of trying to repair the downed craft. French would say of these creatures and the scene playing out before him. They were about 2 or 3 feet tall, light gray in color, very thin, long arms with either 2 or 3 fingers. The top of their heads was much wider than their jawline, their eyes were very slanted, and you couldn't see pupils in them. They looked the way aliens have been depicted in motion pictures. The first thing I saw was the UFOs, and it was apparent to me that they were doing something to the craft, and I couldn't really tell what because they were on the bottom side of it, and not visible to me except when they would occasionally get over to the side where I could see them. The water was fairly clear and I could see without any trouble. They weren't down at the bottom of the seabed, they were about halfway down. When it hit the surface, it was going about 100 miles an hour. It then accelerated to somewhere in the neighborhood of 2,500 to 3,000 miles an hour and disappeared. It returned about 20 minutes later, slowed down to nearly a stop before it entered the water, then went down, and the 2 beings worked together. It took them about 20 minutes, and then the 2 ships departed together, again slow when they exited the water, and immediately they sped up to a very high speed. I believe they were repairing the ship and tested that the repairs had been adequate, and then away they went. He says that despite what he saw he would keep it to himself, and even tried to downplay the whole event that he himself had witnessed. According to him, He used evasive terminology and sort of brushed it off, even though he knows what he saw, and he says of what he was told to tell the public. If someone had a UFO sighting, I and another agent would try to come up with some logical explanation for this strange aerial appearance. We gave our analysis and tried to debunk sightings by saying it was swamp fog, or that the thing they saw was actually hanging on wires. Needless to say, it was a fictitious report, as all of them were. I didn't really say that they were UFOs, I said that there was something we didn't know, some type of foreign or unrecognizable vehicle there. In other words, I weasel-worded it. But oh, I think without a doubt it, the Newfoundland object, was a UFO, and I think there were aliens aboard it. There's no question in my mind that was exactly what it was, and my duty was to debunk the story, so I did my best to do so. Venus. Is any of this for real? It must be noted that French has a bit of a history of making bold UFO claims. He is also on the record as claiming that the famed 1947 UFO crash in Roswell, New Mexico, was actually way weirder than even most people think. According to him, there was not one alien spacecraft crash, but two, with one apparently shot down by a U.S. plane using experimental technology a few days after the first crash. French has said of this to the Huffington Post.
So the Roswell crash is on about that now. Well, it certainly seems, going by the evidence, that there was at least two crash sites. So at this point, that's not a particularly outlandish claim at all. So kind of, so far so good.
I'll just get you on screen again.
Why?
You dropped off before. There you go. Are you there?
Yes.
Alright. Well, you carry on. I was just changing your picture over from Charles's or whatever it was.
Okay. Yeah, no, all I was saying there, that there does seem to be at least two crash sites at Roswell. All the documentation seems to tell us that, or what little documentation there's, and certainly going by the witnesses, that there was two crash sites. So far so good.
You want us to carry on?
Yeah.
Post. There were actually two crashes at Roswell, which most people don't know. The first one was shot down by an experimental U.S. airplane that was flying out of White Sands, and it shot what was effectively an electronic pulse-type weapon that disabled and took away all the controls of the UFO, and that's why it crashed. When they hit it with that electromagnetic pulse, bingo, there goes all their electronics, and, consequently, the UFO was uncontrollable. It was within a few miles of where the original crash was. We think that the reason they were in there was to try and recover parts and any survivors of the first crash. I'm referring to the people from outer space, the guys whose UFO it was. It had inscriptions on it that looked like it was in an Arabic language. It was like a part number on each one of them. Of course, the Roswell crash is famous for having been explained away as a downed weather balloon after the military backtracked from initially stating that it was a crashed disk, but it has been debated and picked apart ad nauseum ever since. How does French's own testimony on all of this fit in, if at all? Is he telling the truth, or is this just another delusional supposed witness coming forward with tall tales and fictitious ramblings? It certainly seems that his credentials are impressive, so what are we to think of all of this? Why would someone go from a professional skeptic and debunker to a believer unless there was a very good reason? Is he the real deal, or a loon? Whatever side of the fence you fall on and whatever one may think, it certainly is at the very least a very strange and wild ride. Tags Alien Encounters Bizarre Conspiracy Cover UPS Government Conspiracy Modern Mysteries.
So it's kind of difficult to judge at this stage, you know, what this guy's about. And you know, the best way to go about this is to actually listen to his testimony. And please, guys, now down the side chat, and Charles, I'd love your opinion.
Yeah.
And we'll just listen to the guy, and just give me your opinions. That's all I want. Look at the body language, the whole lot. So he's making some big claims here.
So the thing is, he was deny everything, wasn't he? Anything and everything that come to him, it was deny everything.
Originally a debunker, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, which kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
Kind of, it's plausible so far.
Yeah. And all of a sudden he comes across this.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's shocked him, hasn't it?
Maybe so.
Totally shocked him.
But I think, I'm not going to try and fool you now, but I think the interview here is the real key to this case. Where's Paul gone?
I'm here.
I was in the Air Force
Okay.
Special Investigation.
There we go.
And
Okay, the audio's a bit crap
in
on
the
this.
OSI, in addition to
Yeah.
criminal matters.
Let me see what I can do with it. Now this might increase the CPU though.
You boost the volume.
Yeah, I'm sure I clicked on it. That one sounds like it needs to be at least 300 or something. Probably that. See how the CPU goes anyway.
The OSI also investigates UFOs. And because of that, I spent several years in the OSI, and during that entire period, one of the things I did was go chasing them down wherever they were.
What did you find?
Pardon?
What did you find? What UFOs did you find?
Well, put things in order here. The first incident, and I think the most significant one that I was really associated with, two F-86Ds, and the Hanford Atomic Energy Plant, if you know where that is, on the Columbia River. And, this UFO was headed toward that, and they scrambled. The two 86s.
What year?
Again, I swear this is 1972.
Okay.
Anyway, as he made his intercept, he got to about up 20 to 30 yards at 6 o'clock. In other words, directly behind it. And the thing didn't turn. It continued its flight toward the Hanford area. And what it did, in an 86D, they have a pod of 2.75 rockets. They have 36 of them in the pod. Well, when the UFO didn't turn, then he got clearance to fire and fired. But instead of the rockets going forward, the second the pod opened, his airplane blew up. And
killing the pilot.
What?
Did the pilot get killed?
We never found the slightest piece of him. I mean, totally destroyed. They drugged the Columbia River for about 30 to 40 miles downstream, and about 20 or 30 upstream, and but they never turned up anything at all.
You said you handled some UFO material.
Yes, I have.
What from the Roswell crash?
Yes.
How'd you get it? How'd you get the UFO material? How did it come to you?
Well, that I know of, there were actually two Roswell accidents.
Right.
And the first one we think was just some kind of malfunction in the airplane that they lost control of it. The second one was actually shot down by an experimental American aircraft. And I happened to be there. I had to go to Albuquerque to take my annual altitude chamber test.
Mm-hmm.
It's an annual requirement for pilots. And in doing that, Russell explains why I was there. And what happened, you know where White Sands is?
Yeah.
This, an experimental American aircraft with the equipment that looked and functioned like electromagnetic pulse blew the thing out of the sky.
And what year was this?
That would have been, I gotta go look at my records and see. Anyway, that was just 2 days after the first one.
In 47?
Yes.
Okay. You said you were part of Project Blue Book.
Yeah.
Do you want Paul do that, Paul?
Who was...
Yeah, I've noticed something about the body language there. He's actually reading a screen in front of him. So every time he's asking him something, he's referring to the screen, like he's got a screen of notes. He's not actually retrieving it from his memory there. He's actually looking at the screen and then turning back to him and then talking to him. So that's kind of suspicious to me. I don't know about you guys.
Yes.
Yeah, that's all.
Charles?
I was thinking there's something dodgy about this. The way he was talking, he couldn't look the person in the eye all the while. Had to keep looking around.
Yeah. But he's looking at his computer screen here.
How come that experimental craft was there at the exact time that UFO was there? Them UFOs to take them down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That seems very strange that they had to be, that one craft had to be there to get those crafts there. This is dodgy.
I wouldn't know how the body language guys would think of this one, but he's definitely referring to notes there rather than his memory. Maybe he's got faulty memory. Maybe that's fair cop. But yeah, something's not quite right here. Yeah. But he seems to be a really good story about it being blown up and no bits left of the guy. So I don't know. Me 50-50 with this one at the moment.
Okay. Well, okay, I'll just mention one thing. The OSI was mentioned, and he said he was part of that.
Any reference?
He was indeed. Yes,
he was.
Also, the OSI, yeah, it's the Air Force Office of Special Investigation, which is the intelligence arm of the Air Force, and still is to this day. So he is who he says he is. Now, where there's experience reveal, sure, okay, he's not lying about his credentials. But is he lying? Is he lying about what he done while he was there? And is he lying about his UFO experience?
Well, we know Bushman did lie about the alien doll and all that, so it's possible.
And the thing is, you see, everybody sees military witnesses, like your David Travers and your Kevin Days and. Yeah, you got you the rest, and it's totally legit because they're military. Well, even those people tend to lie.
For attention. Yeah, for what?
Yeah,
attention seeking or part of the government disinformation.
But you see, this guy had an illustrious military career. He was a World War II hero kind of thing. Why on earth would he have to lie about something like this? I don't know, but let's carry on.
But why would Bushman lie about it too? About the alien.
Yeah, but he obviously did.
Unless they've been programmed. We know there's NK Ultra. Maybe somehow they were programmed to say this.
Oh Jesus, Paul! You sounded like Edrica Lukes now.
Well, yes, I look every side of the coin, me. Anyway, carry on.
Of course.
Correcting the overall project, telling you to deny UFO reports or the actual UFO sightings. Who was in charge of that, telling you to say it was swamp gas?
We were told, we were ordered to use whatever kind of story we thought we could sell to the American public, or to, in other words, we were ordered, this is what we were.
But who ordered you to do that? Where's the orders coming from?
Well, they came from down the same channels that the regular UFO channels.
So that seems like
Brigadier General.
That seems very muddled there. That reply there to me, like he's making.
He doesn't know what to say.
Yeah,
he just doesn't know what to say.
Unless he's trying to be careful with an NDA. Other than I'm not believing it at the moment.
Well, I don't think so, because his NDA would have expired, I would imagine, by then.
Or he would say, "Oh, I can't say that because of the NDA." He would just simply say, right?
Unless he's concerned about his family or something. But I'm starting to smell something.
But then you would say, "Oh, if I said that, my family would be killed."
Yeah.
And you'd just come out clean because you're already spilling the beans now. Why not just say, "Well, you're under threat," and if someone gets killed,
you one thing. Mm-hmm.
If someone gets killed, then they would back up his story. Then
I'll tell you one thing that's a myth, though. You know, if you're a whistleblower and you come out and tell everyone UFOs are real and here's the evidence, they ain't going to kill you. That's not going to happen. Get over it. That's not going to happen. You've spoken out. Now, how bad would it look if they killed you after you said it? And you produced the evidence? It's a myth. That's not going to happen. So there's people out there that've got this information. That, of course, they're afraid of damaging their careers and what have you. But at the end of the day, I mean, let's look at Luis Alessandro now, TTSA. Jesus, he reckons he knows all this stuff and blah, 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 blah. But he doesn't want to lose his security clearance. Yeah, sure. Now, if he came out and said everything he knows, do you think they're actually going to kill him? Do you really think they're going to exile him? Do you really think they're going to put him in prison? No,
well, maybe not him, but family members who'd have these crazy accidents and be knocked off one by one.
Jeez, do you know, Paul? I don't. Yeah, there could be a scary side to it, but
then he would say they're killing off my family.
Yeah.
I mean, Edward Snowden is still alive and well, isn't he?
Yeah.
Only because he's in Russia at the moment, but what happens when he gets out?
Hey, listen, I'll tell you how safe he is, yeah? A bunch of journalists easily found him in Russia, okay? Yeah? Now, if the CIA, if those journalists found him, the CIA could have easily found him and got rid of him. But he's already said what he said. You can't unsay it. So now killing him wouldn't make any difference with it. It would only make matters worse.
Make him a martyr.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Be Joan of Arc.
Yeah, I'll just carry on then.
Yep.
Harold, I don't know if you was the guy that founded the OSI.
Okay.
And that was a direction that came directly from him.
Oh, so he was the top guy in Project Blue Book
that I know of. Now, I've been told that there was another man that was actually stationed at Wright Pat that was in charge of it. And I don't know that to be true.
And how long were you part of Blue Book for? Project Blue?
It's about 13 years.
And your job was to debunk UFOs. Was there anything you saw that was not worth debunking? I mean, how much of the cases you saw did you feel were actually true? Was there a conflict in you about debunking what you believed to be true? How did you deal with that?
Now you learn to take orders in the military very clearly.
I see.
And do what you're told.
So why are you coming out now, or why?
Well, had I, in my belief, had I done this, say, 5 or 6 years ago, it might have cost me my life. But now, you know, I'm in my middle 80s. I don't think it'd be worth their while to bother with me.
So who else?
And I think also that it has reached a point where there are some people very, very high up that want this UFO program, you know, to go through.
To be exposed.
To be what?
To be exposed. They want it to. Who would you guess those people high up are? If you can guess.
If I can guess?
Yeah.
Well, I would guess that they're in the people we refer to as aliens.
Oh, the aliens themselves want that. So you feel the aliens and the government are working hand in hand to release this information? Do you think?
Hand in hand?
Well, the aliens are working with the top officials in the government to release this.
I do believe that, yes.
Have you ever met an alien?
Have I ever met one?
Yeah. An EBE?
I've not met one. You know, I've seen their craft. One of them, as a matter of fact, I saw it landed a UFO right near Parker, Arizona, and that has been, what, 5 or 6 years ago.
You saw the UFO land? Did you see it?
No, it was already on the ground.
But you saw it?
Yeah, what happened, it just happened that I had pulled off the side of the road. I was going over to where my grandson and his mother lived. And I looked, and there, to my surprise, this thing sat. And I didn't go near it. But I, of course, knew what it was, and it was sitting there actually on a side hill, and with the main gear down, the triangular, and they extend down, and then they set the length of them so that the UFO is level on all times.
I see.
I would say between 15 and 18 feet in diameter, about 3.5 or 4 feet thick. Out at the wingtips, it's about, like this, maybe 4 or 5 inches thick.
Right. Did you see any occupants?
No.
I see. And did you see it take off?
As a matter of fact, I went to go to lunch and I came back and it was gone.
So what's your big vision for you? What should the government do about UFOs now? What would be your idea to how to release this?
Well, undoubtedly, we need to establish some kind of, not national, but I mean, this universe and other universes, some kind of, whether it's an international court or an international congress or something of that nature, there needs to be a framework for the existence of both us and them.
Thank you.
I don't buy that. If he came out in the car and he saw an alien craft landed when he got his grandchild, he would have stayed there. Yeah, but what? And then he comes back half an hour later and he's gone. Well, why didn't he stay there? I wouldn't have gone. I'd have stayed there. And
Or I'll be worried about what are they after his grandchild for some try and silence them or something.
They'd come towards him or something, wouldn't they? If the craft had landed, didn't it?
Yeah. You'd say you'd go to their house and say, "Get in the car quick! There's a UFO outside, and they might be doing something menacing. Let's get out of here."
They were in the car, wasn't they? And he just pulled over to the side, didn't he? And he was watching.
Oh, they were in the car with him.
Yeah, that's what he said, wasn't it? He said,
okay. I thought he was going to pick him up. Okay.
No, he said he got the child in the car and he saw it. Right. It had already landed. Then he came back half an hour later and he'd gone, well, that wouldn't have been me. I'd have stayed there and watched it.
Or at least called someone from the Air Force or something to
Yeah, but I still stayed there until we came.
Yeah. Or you would say you had missing time after that thing, and when you wake up, it was gone. Because that's normally the story, isn't it? We see it, and then we don't remember anything after that, until we wake up and see it's gone.
Yeah, but he remembers coming back to it now, doesn't it? And it's gone.
Yeah, it's kind of strange, isn't it? Something's not quite right with the story.
Okay. No. Okay, well, I'll say a couple of things here. When I seen the UFO that I seen, I was just standing out with my mouth open. I'm not sure if I had the camera phone at the time. I certainly had the phone on me. I'm not sure if I had the camera, but I only seen it for maybe I'd say 6 to 10 seconds, somewhere between there. Did I even think of pulling the phone out? Did I think of phoning anyone? No, I was just there in awe, kind of thing. But absolutely, I think you guys have summed it up beautifully. There's something dodgy about this guy. Now, as he was a witness to Roswell, or he claims to have had knowledge on Roswell, where do you think I went next for information? Come on, Paul, you should know this.
Next for information on what? On what?
On Roswell, especially.
The next person to go to.
Where would you go? What website would you visit if you wanted information on that incident?
MyCap?
Oh, no. Come on, Kevin.
Randall.
Kevin Randall. Yeah. God almighty, one day I'll make a ufologist out of you, Paul.
Huh.
That's who you go to.
There we go.
He's a freelancer. He's not actually government.
No, he's not government, but he was military. And he's a skeptical.
You changed the
order.
He's a skeptical
ufologist.
You changed the order of the topics today too. Blue Book was meant to be the third one.
It doesn't matter about that, Paul. I wanted to get through a bit more.
A helicopter's one still coming up, is it?
If you want to do that, we can do it.
But
let's finish off with this case. Let's put it to bed.
And the Bermuda Triangle one, I don't think we can do that today. I don't think, but
no, that's okay. That can do for another day.
Let me see if I can queue it up, because we normally have a wee bit of trouble with this one, don't we?
See, that's why I get a little annoyed about the delays and the idle chit chat. Like, I like to skim, get through these cases as quickly as possible, and that's the only reason why I get annoyed, Paul. When it.
Yeah, because we had about 3/4 of a chat before, didn't we?
Exactly.
Yeah, I understand.
And I'm trying to look at it as the listener, and the person who's viewing this. I don't think they want to hear us talk about what we've had for breakfast or dinner and stuff like. Yeah.
Is this the last case tonight?
We can do definitely one more if you like.
I was going to say, because I'm going to drop out now then, because I've got to go up in the morning, and I'll watch the rest in the morning.
Charles, you've been fantastic, mate.
Okay, thank you very much, guys, and everybody.
Thank you.
I see you, mate.
I'll drop it. All right, thank you, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Right. Yeah, I don't think we did talk about steak or anything like that today. But anyway, that's normally at the end. I'll just carry on where I was just starting from.
Hearing in Washington, D.C., I have looking into the background of retired Lieutenant Colonel Richard E. French. Here was a guy who was saying some amazing things about the Air Force investigation into UFOs and his.
Oh, what happened there? I know there's going to be a problem with this one. Do little bits at a time, maybe.
That's the best.
Since the citizen hearing in Washington, D.C., I have looking into the background of retired Lieutenant Colonel Richard E. French. Here was a guy who was saying some amazing things about the Air Force investigation into UFOs and his Richard French at the citizen hearing participation in it. He was talking about how he had faked UFO sighting solutions, his personal knowledge of the Roswell UFO crash, and how he had a hand in writing the Blue Book. He seemed to think that it was a document with a blue cover, and while the various incarnations of the official UFO investigation did produce reports, there was never anything that was actually the Blue Book.
So it seems he has complete lack of knowledge. Oh, Paul, where are you going, man?
I think there's a problem with this thing. We'll just try this reader one. See if that fixes it. And that might work better. So we're up to here, isn't it? Let's try that.
Richard French, UFOs and Roswell. Bloggers note, this
just
since the Richard French at the Citizen here. His comments about there being two
I think that's right. Where's it stopped?
Including one that was shot down by an experiment.
Where is it not highlighting?
Richard French at the Citizen hearing participation in it.
There we go.
He was talking about how he had faked UFO sighting solutions, his personal knowledge of the Roswell UFO crash, and how he had a hand in writing the Blue Book. He seemed to think that it was a document with a blue cover, and while the various incarnations of the official UFO investigation did produce reports, there was never anything that was actually the Blue Book. His comments about there being two alien craft that crashed in Roswell, including one that was shot down by an experimental fighter, were quickly published all over the internet, pushing his name in front of many others. Additional comments about his involvement in UFO research, or rather debunking of UFO sightings, on orders by the Air Force, were accepted as authentic by many without bothering to check his credentials, or if his story was consistent. It added a new level of conspiracy to the already cluttered landscape of the conspiracy-minded. While in Washington, D.C. for the Citizen hearing, he was interviewed by Carrie Cassidy, and that interview has been posted to the internet. By watching it, we can. French swearing to tell the truth, see where all the problems lie with this tale. According to what he has said to her, he had spent 27.5 years in the Air Force, and that he spent most of his time as an operations officer. His records do not confirm he spent so much time in operations, and that is really a trivial point. He also said that he was the youngest officer in the Air Force to hold the position as operations officer. This makes no sense because he doesn't specify at what level he held the job, though he does say that it was with the 8th Tactical Fighter Squadron in Germany. That isn't exactly a high-level position, and I would be surprised that he was the youngest ever to hold it. This seems like so much hyperbole to me. In response to a question at 7:06 during the Cassidy interview, French said, "I have several tours. 3 flying tours in Korea, and about 6 or 7 in Vietnam. Therefore I have a lot of stories. I have over 680 combat missions. I think that is more than twice as many as anyone else." This is not hyperbole and is not accurate. It is just wrong. According to his records, he entered active duty in the middle of 1952, and in August 1952 was assigned as an administration officer in FEAF, Far East Air Force, meaning Korea, or Japan, supporting operations in Korea. He did receive, according to the records, the awards that suggest service on the ground in Korea.
To Charles.
There is no evidence that he was a pilot in Korea. In fact, according to the available records, he didn't enter flight school until 1954, and since that school lasted about a year, there is no way he could have deployed to Korea as a pilot. The war ended in July 1953. He also attended advanced training at Nellis Air Force Base for 8 additional months, meaning that it was mid-1955, at the earliest he could have been assigned as a fighter pilot.
1 second.
The records I have stop in 1968, but they do indicate a short tour in Vietnam in 1965, where he was awarded an Air Medal. The citation said, in part, Captain Richard E. French distinguished himself by meritorious achievement while participating in sustained aerial flight as a combat crew member in Southeast Asia from July 18, 1965 to August 14, 1965. It is unclear from the record if he was only in Southeast Asia for that nearly month-long period, or if it was part of another, longer assignment. It is not clear that he was in even Vietnam at the time, which means the flights could have originated from an Air Force base outside Vietnam with flights over it. His records do indicate, however, that he was an assistant operations officer with the 478th Tactical Fighter Squadron at Cannon Air Force Base, New Mexico, during this time. So it seems, based on the records, that it was not a full tour in Vietnam, but a temporary duty assignment. There is a citation in the record which places him in Vietnam in 1968, but I have nothing else about this. This could easily be and probably is a full tour in Vietnam. I have no records for anything beyond that, though it was in 1969 that Richard Nixon began to wind down American participation in the war. Given all this, it would seem that French can claim 2 flying tours in Vietnam. There might be another, but I have seen no record of it, and as I say. At 7:38 in the Cassidy interview, French said, "I have 121 American and foreign decorations. I look like MacArthur if I put everything on." That seems excessive, and by my count, he is entitled to a minimum of 50 American and foreign decorations. This count is based on the records and the official USAF official photograph of French taken in 1972. I am sure that this count is incomplete, but it is far short of the claim. Unless there is additional information about it, including a complete list of all awards and decorations, then I would view this as hyperbole, as resume inflation. The real trouble begins when we move away from his documented military career and into the claims he makes about UFOs, his part in the investigation of them, and his orders to debunk UFO sightings. At the Washington Citizen hearing, French said that he was one of the few to see the Majestic Report, referring of course to the Majestic 12 documents, and what many of us believe to be a hoax. French talked about a meeting Truman held with a bunch of high-level people, including all the chiefs of staff, about the Roswell case. They wrote a short report, which he claims to be the only living person to have seen, which of course makes it impossible to verify. He didn't attend the meeting, and given his military career, I don't know when he would have had the opportunity to see it, if you believe such a document ever existed. About 1850 into this Cassidy interview, he explains why they wanted to keep the Roswell UFO crash secret. Here is where another problem develops. According to what he said to others in other interviews, one of the alien spacecraft that crashed near Roswell in July 1947 had been shot down by a new weapon that worked along the lines of an electromagnetic pulse, EMP. But when asked why the government kept the crash a secret, he said it was because we had no defense against the aliens and their craft. First he was telling us we could shoot them down, and later saying that we had no defense against them.
Yeah, pause it, Paul.
Demonstrating that he had.
I mean, it's pretty obvious at this stage. This guy is absolutely full of shit. But why?
Are you there? I think we've lost your audio. Or is my headset gone? Hello? Looks like I've got a problem all of a sudden. It looks like it might be my end. That USB thing has happened. Let me just reset the mixer. Are we back with us? I can't hear anything. Hello? Alright, it's coming back now. Are you there, Robert? Robert? I'm gonna have to sneeze now. No, it didn't happen. No, it's going to come. Robert, what's happened to Robert? We had 2 outages at the same time here. Robert, are you there? Robert, can you guys hear me on Google? There's something else happened. Also, right this end.
Oh. Okay, I lost internet connection again, Paul. That was on my end.
No, also I lost audio to the headset at the same time. That was a double Men in Black one, guys. Just as you said, as soon as you said something about the sky, everything went dead. That was really strange.
Jesus.
No sound.
And you know what, Paul? I've had no internet disturbances for 2 weeks now, and I've had it twice in one night while we're doing this show.
Even my talking alien head is mimicking you, so I'm gonna have to reset him as well. I didn't actually program it into the code there to do that. That's just kind of strange. It's rewritten itself. It looks like it's switches to a backup microphone, I think, when we reset the mixer. Something I hadn't tested before, but yeah. I can't blame Men in Black on that one, but yeah. That's really strange. As soon as you was out on this guy, all my audio went quiet, and you disappeared, and then I brought the audio back, and I could hear myself, but I couldn't hear you. Yeah.
Okay.
That was freaky, I tell you. That never had a double one like that before. Anyway, what are you going to say?
Jesus.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I just don't know.
I tell you what, though, I think we're finished with that case.
Yeah.
This guy, you know, he did have a fantastic career, but he had this inclination to make that stuff up. I don't know why. So he never made any money out of it. It wasn't like that of some of the other military witnesses that you know that wrote books and that actually benefit. He just seemed to do this off his own back, and I really don't know why. But I'll tell you a little story now, and I just don't understand this. I've got a friend called Simon. I won't mention his second name. You know, the guy's got a PhD.
Hang on, Robert. Did you know your video's down? You got no video.
Is it?
Yeah, it's down.
Is it?
Yeah. Did you disable it?
No.
Let me just reset this completely then. Something's going screwy here. Unbelievable. I thought we were going to have a perfect session today, but nope. There's only one person in. Are you there?
Yeah, I can hear you, Paul.
Okay, well, we got 2 Roberts. We got 2 Roberts. I think one in black is...
no. One's more than enough.
Double ganger. That's really weird. You can't get 2. You shouldn't be able to get 2 with the same ID. That's really strange. Anyway, let's switch to the right one. There we go, that's better. Oh, well, if Men in Black have duplicated you or there's a hacker, that might be explain what's going on. Okay, sorry, carry on. We got it sorted.
Do you know what?
Now.
Yeah. I strange little story now. I know this is going a little bit off track, but I'm actually friends with Richard Doty. I'm only Facebook friends with him, and I don't appreciate at all some of the things he's done and some of the information he's put out. But he's actually a charming kind of guy to speak to. But the first time I ever spoke to him, I sent the friend request actually. And because we had, I don't know, 20, 30, 40 mutual friends, he accepted it. So I had a couple of questions I wanted to ask him. And he answered. And you know what? The guy is like a gentleman to speak to. He's very well spoken. And you know, he likes European beers and he likes good food and all this stuff, but you can't forget that insidious side to him. You know, that Benowitz incident. You just can't get that out of your head. But as I finished the conversation that day with him, the first conversation I had, and it lasted about maybe 40 minutes or so, the phone rang once. Once it rang. So I went to pick it up and do a 1471 as you do in the UK to see who the caller was.
Right.
And it said something that usually says, it says something like that the caller withheld their number, but this was different. It just went zee. It was a horrible noise. So I tried it again. Nothing. It was almost like he was playing with me, you know. And he said, anytime you want to know anything, get in touch with me. Interesting. But yeah, that if he was trying to spook me out, he didn't do a very good job. But it was kind of, you know, it just makes you think. Because the whole time I was there for 40 minutes talking to him, he could look at my Facebook profile, easily found my home phone number. No problem at all.
Yeah. Yeah. But I think you'll find that most UFO people are easygoing, nice people to talk to. It doesn't matter if they're scammers or ex-military or what. You'll find that all nice people to talk to. I think you'll find... because they got to sell it to make a living off a lot of these guys too. Remember, they're not going to speak their minds and upset everybody because that's possible. Someone that could have on their interview channel, right? So to make money from. But yeah, bzzz type sound. That sounds very what do you call it? Stan Romanek-y. Where you had weird phone calls, Men in Black.
And this is the thing. I mean, I don't think they bother killing people anymore. You know, it's quite easily done to download or upload a shitload of porn stuff, child porn onto your computer, and that's going to discredit a person completely, isn't it? No one's going to take.
You're not going to defend MUFON guy, are you?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm just saying what's possible, Paul.
Oh yeah, it's also always possible, and definitely possible. They could take you out and ruin your character completely, and then everyone will discard you after that.
And
but
of course,
we know from Snowden, because you brought up Snowden before, that he said that the CIA have got their own section that go trolling on blogs and forums and character assassinate people. So we know that happens.
You're just not safe. You know, if you were to have some smoking gun evidence of alien life, then I think you are in that firing line. You know, I don't care what anyone says. That there's going to be pushback. They're not going to take that sitting down.
Right. Dan reckons he believes the Colonel.
Oh, Dan says that.
Yeah.
Well, I think the evidence was fairly overwhelming, really, to be honest. That
on this article anyway.
Yeah.
Whereas when you start off with a small lie, it gradually grows into a bigger lie, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, you're talking about Colonel French. Okay. Yeah, I mean, do you know what? There's one thing I do think there was a little bit of truth mixed in with the fiction there. I think when it came to hard facts, he struggled.
Yeah. What's Slipes saying? I think
Wes saying I think he gets seen off if the Clintons were in. Oh yeah, the Clintons. Yeah, yeah.
The Killery.
That's interesting. But no, Dan, I honestly, I can't hold much, credence to Colonel Trench. I really can't. I mean, the guy was just full of it. What was I going to say? Yeah, that PhD fella that I knew, Simon, cancer research, PhD in molecular biology. Do you know, he's got the boasting rights to go for the rest of his life, but he's not happy with that. He's cancer researcher by day. By night, he's an SAS reserve that's saving the world. Day in, day out. Why
Team
do
America?
They call him Cy-Lie because he keeps telling lies. They don't even know that. They don't even know they call him. He doesn't even know they call him Cy-Lie. And it's a shame because the guy's got all the credentials in the world for someone to look up to. But yet he has to make up these amazing stories.
That he's sneaking around saving the world.
Yeah.
So part of his qualifications can be backed up, obviously, but the SAS stuff can't be.
Yeah. Well, you see, my friend was in university with him at the same time, and he told me just how clever this guy was, and he actually knows the place where he works, and he's gone there to see him. But his military record, I won't say his name because it's an unusual name, but I looked up his military record and there was no sign of him.
All right.
But of course he'll say that's because he was in Special Forces.
Yeah.
But he slipped up by saying he joined the Welsh Fusiliers first, and no. I mean, my whole family was military. And it's only me that was that didn't really go into it. And they don't talk like that, Paul. They just don't talk like that. They keep things pretty much to himself. My granddad talked quite a bit in old age, and he was at Normandy. He was also a Black and Tan in the Irish Civil War, 1920, 1921, 22. If you look that up, Black and Tans, they weren't particularly liked, to be honest.
Yep.
Certainly not by the Catholics anyway. But I'm not going to go into that damn history.
Yep.
Okay, we've got a bit of a mess on the show here, Paul. I can't see anything other than me. Nevertheless, I can leave a link.
Okay.
Let's get on with the next case, which I think is a good case.
Well, it looks like I'm up there. I don't know why you can't see it. Okay, what's going on now? Yeah, it's there. It's broadcasting to you. I just wonder if it's this other Robert you got here. You haven't got two tabs open on your browser by any chance, have you?
No.
No? I wonder if we can eject this one, see what happens. Let's see. Kick out. Okay, see what happens. Don't blame me if I stuff you up completely. It might be end of show.
Okay.
Okay, kick this person. That's probably going to kick you out too, probably. You might have to come back in. I think it did, didn't it? I think he can come back in though. Hopefully. It's the first time we've used a kick before. There we go. Are we back? Are we back properly now?
We're back. We're back.
You got the video? Okay, so did we have another link to go, did we?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it kicked both of you out. So you had a ghost Robert there for sure. That's kind of weird. And it was stuffing up your camera. One was going for your camera, and one was getting audio by the looks of it.
Okay, I can see I'm still moving on Jitsi link, but on YouTube link, I'm just frozen.
YouTube, you might have to reload that page. But Jitsi's all you need, though.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter about the YouTube, as long as you got the side chat.
Okay.
As long as you got the direct feed from this.
Kind of weird.
Okay, so what have we got? Helicopters. Okay, that's a run. Let's see how we go. Just click that wee bit first, see how it goes.
Yeah, and just before you start on this, it's amazing how little information there is about this incident. Right. And
okay,
I think it's a good one.
Let's see if we can get it working first. Got a lot
Helicopters
on this page.
in near collision with unknown craft. Published, 4:36 p.m. December 18, 2015. A UFO had attacked a police helicopter. Welsh police confirmed that one of their helicopter crews had spotted an unusual aircraft flying over Cardiff earlier this month. An investigation into the sighting had been launched, they said. The police clarification came after tabloid newspaper The Sun reported a UFO had attacked a police helicopter, following it for several miles over the Bristol Channel. The pilot banked sharply to avoid being hit, then launched into a high-speed pursuit. But he was forced to give up the chase as the helicopter's fuel ran low, and the UFO escaped, the tabloid reported. The helicopter crew had described the object as flying saucer-shaped and circled by flashing lights, it added. That description was rather more dramatic than the official police version, which said, South Wales Police can confirm its air support unit sighted an unusual aircraft. This was reported to the relevant authorities for their investigation. They added in a brief statement, avoiding the use of the term UFO, or unidentified flying object.
Yes, you did. It was Bruce Maccabee.
At the time of the incident, the helicopter with 3 men on board was waiting to land at the St. Athan RAF base near Cardiff. The sighting reportedly took place at 00:40 a.m., 23:40 GMT, on June 8. South Wales Police denied there was a pursuit and indicated that the helicopter crew was never in any danger. A Ministry of Defense spokesman said it had heard nothing about the incident. But it is certainly not advisable for police helicopters to go chasing what they think are UFOs, he added. Permanent link, http://
Okay, is that the end of it? No. Oh, yes it is. Is that all there was? That's it?
Yeah.
I thought there was more to come.
Not a lot. I'll just show you now. I'll leave a link there to a map of the Bristol Channel.
I can look that up on Google.
No, it's be quicker if you do it my way.
All right. What's going on here?
Go down. There we go. There we go. Perfect. So you can see Cardiff there with a red star, and you can see Bristol here, and that's the channel. So it was between these 2 points.
And
I'll tell you what, that there's an absolute ton of documented stuff on this, to be honest. UFO Hunters, they covered it. Bill Burns.
All right. Yeah, I've sort of gone off Bill Burns, though. I think he believes too much.
Yeah. But,
he's a nice guy. He's definitely a nice guy. No doubt about it. And he's easy to listen to, and he's a great storyteller. But He tends to believe too much. He's not skeptical enough for me.
I totally agree, Paul.
Yeah, but he definitely believes in aliens and UFOs, no doubt about it. So I'm not going to hold that against him because we believe the same.
Right to do so.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just leaving you another link here from the Black Vault. I can tell you how well this case was documented.
Right.
And a ton of stuff came out in Project Condign when that was released in the early 2000s.
Okay, Black Vault. Ooh, 231, and it's going to be small print.
Yeah, no, Paul, there's no point in looking into this too much. I'm only leaving that link there. So if you're like a kind of a data hound, then you may want to look at this in more detail. Of course, we don't have time to go through it all tonight. But if you don't think it's not a real event, trust me, it was, because the MOD took a great deal of interest in it.
Yeah.
That's the Ministry of Defence in the UK.
MOD.
It actually stinks of a cover-up. Yeah, but with Bill Burns and UFO Hunters, he did an episode on this, and there was one helicopter pilot that actually got in touch with him, sent him an email, and Bill Burns wanted him to come onto the show. And then this pilot, well, whether he's genuine or not, I don't really know, but he decided to pull out at the last minute, and poor Bill was awfully upset about that.
Right.
I can't remember what episode and what season it was now. And another unusual thing about UFO Hunters is how the History Channel pulled the plug on him.
Yeah.
Because it was getting really good amounts of views, and but Bill's got his own version of that, and we're talking about, basically he's talking about like a CIA influence that put them off repeating it. Talking of that, there's not going to be a third season of Unidentified. It's not planned.
Really?
As yet. That's TTSA. Yeah, there's no plans. But what they're actually doing, this is what I read in between the lines. This is what I think TTSA are doing at the moment. They're looking to foreign countries and their UFO research, and maybe getting as many witnesses to come forward as possible from all over the world, and maybe forcing a congressional hearing to kind of force disclosure.
Yeah. It's a wee bit quiet. I'm still.
But they also say.
I'm still disappointed they haven't released this great footage. Better footage coming, and it's almost near Christmas, and it didn't come this year. It's kind of really a kick in the guts, I think.
Yeah, I know that, Paul. But to be honest, yeah, TTSA aren't in control of this at all. I'm sure they still have connections within the government, and that's how they're progressing slowly. But they're still not in the Pentagon itself, are they? And they're not making those decisions. They're just a separate corporation now.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they still have. Certainly Chris Mellon and Louise, they have influence. But you can't expect them to bring out disclosure on their own. And for me, I've always thought the disclosure kind of thing, full disclosure, is a kind of a myth. I think we've already had disclosure. It's just not good enough for some people.
It all kind of looks the same that we're looking at here, but tick, tick, tick. But it must be different people, is it? What am I missing? It kind of almost looks like the same, going around in a circle.
Yeah. That's the way documents are.
I can't read all the fine print though, but should be able to read it on 1080p though, these guys, if you want to go and read. But it kind of all looks the same to me. The mod does not have any expertise. It's got Nick Pope though. A clerk in the office.
Yeah.
See, it's all the same thing. It's just going around in circles.
Yeah, that's 65. You could troll through it to find all the new stuff. It's really stupid the way they set it up.
I don't understand it. So it doesn't make any sense to me. But it's the same thing. expertise 69. It's saying the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, but never mind about that now. I'm just saying the case as well.
I think it's different people up here, so let's just have a look. I think it's changing up here. So they're sending out a cut and paste letter to everybody. Same sort of thing. Alright, maybe it's changing a wee bit now. I think there was a whole cut and paste letters going out to various people. No, actually, that might be another one. Different people, see, but the same letter. Does not have any expertise. Cut and paste, cut and paste. They could hire Indians to do that. Cut and paste help desk for MOD.
Ooh, that's what you're saying.
Well, that's what they do, isn't it? Help desks.
Yeah.
And Filipinos, of course. This is the other people they're using. That's a cut and paste job. Oh, here we go, something different.
Yeah.
See, if Black Vault goes through all this stuff every day, good on him, because I find it tedious as hell.
It is tedious.
And just to find out one page or a paragraph out of 200, where it's
that actually gives you a clue as to what happened. Yes, I agree with you, Paul. It's
I'm surprised John hasn't gone mental looking at all this stuff every day.
Well, I think he probably has.
Okay, we got a letter there. That's different. But yeah, it's pretty cut and paste. Again, expertise. Here we go again. Expertise, blah blah blah, different people. Crazy. Anyway.
Okay, look, can we finish off with a little YouTube video here if you're happy to play it? Because this is interesting. This is the daughter of Melvin Brown, who was a Roswell witness.
Right.
I'd like to hear her story, actually, because the sister backs it up too.
I just want to make a comment to Dan. He said he doesn't believe that Colonel was being prompted with cards. That's not what I said. I said he's got a computer monitor in front of him that he's reading some notes or a diary that he's got on the screen there just to remember what he's going to say. That's what I was saying. There was no other person in the interview apart from the interviewer and him. But he did have a computer with a screen of stuff, something that he kept looking at. But anyway,
yeah, sure. Dan's saying the ATTS group might be full of it. Did he mean TTSA?
I think so, by the sounds of it.
If he did mean that, hey, yeah, I'll go with that. And Dan's awesome. He pops in all the time, and yeah, so all opinions. It's good.
I got a guy called Eric on the Gab at the moment is saying our channel is unwatchable. I said, well, you're asking me all these questions and then you insulted me, and you can't just say statements like that that's unwatchable. I'm not too sure if it's the same Eric that was on the side chat earlier, but still. I said that our life debunks are life debunks. We're doing it first without any clues or look ahead. We're just doing it live. And of course, the UFO cases are pretty much the same for me anyway. But Robert has already pre-looked at it. I'll just play this one here.
My name's Beverly Bean, and I was married 18 years, and now divorced. I've got 4 children, 2 lovely girls, 2 lovely boys.
When were you born?
3rd of May 1958, 38.
How's the audio sound then?
I was born in Hemel Hempstead, actually.
So you lived in Hemel Hempstead all the time?
In and out of Hemel Hempstead, just out of the way a little bit, you know. My dad was in the American Air Force, and he didn't have like a council house or anything, so we had like private houses, you know, so we moved quite a bit.
Do you have any brothers and sisters?
Yeah, I've got 2 sisters, one older, one younger, Harriet and Kathleen.
Is your father and your mother alive?
My mum's alive. My dad died in February 1986.
Right. You've got quite an extraordinary story to tell, haven't you?
Well, the story, I suppose, to everybody else is extraordinary, yeah? But the way it came about is more extraordinary to me, not the actual story, because I have to believe it. My dad was such a very truthful man that, you know, and when we were kids, he would reward us rather than punish us for telling the truth. If we'd done something bad, you know, we'd go to him and say straight away, look, Dad, we've done this, and he'd pat us on the back saying, good for coming to tell me, but you shouldn't have done it, you know. So he was a very truthful man, very, he loved his country. The only reason he didn't go back to his own country is because my mother was very ill.
The United States?
The United States, yeah. Was ill, and she couldn't be away from her family. They had to come back to England and settle down here. So he got transferred back to England. But they did go to Florida, and that's where my oldest sister was born.
What was he in the army?
He was just a cook, for goodness sake. That's all. I mean, he wasn't anything else. You know, I suppose everyone, just anyone who was there was grabbed to go out and stand guard duty and muck in sort of thing. I think the first time I ever heard his story was the landing on the moon. I think that was 1969, is it? 69? Is that right? He made us all sit and watch it, yeah. And we weren't really interested. We were only little. I think I was about, must have been about 9, 10, something like that. And he made us all sit and watch it, and then he told us this story about how when he was stationed out in the desert in America, he'd seen a crashed disc. And we never, at that age, didn't take much notice.
A crashed disc?
Yeah, he said that, well, UFO, I suppose. And he said that, he didn't tell us the story in detail then, when we were really young, but he said that Daddy'd seen one and they're real, that type of thing. And as we got older, he told us all the story about half a dozen times or so, no more than about a dozen, I would say. Every time, say, something really sort of, I suppose, jerked his memory in the paper, or he'd seen something on television, he'd tell us this story. It always went the same way, and my sisters would tell it the same way as well.
Had your dad ever talked about UFOs before 69?
Never. Never talked about them any other time, apart from when he told this story.
In 69?
No, not even to my mum or anybody. He always told the story the same way. He used to say, you know, Daddy's seen a flying disc. It was in the desert. He said all available men were grabbed, and they all had to go out into the desert and stand in a ring around this crashed disc. He did tell one of my uncles that it was at an angle into the sand, yeah, buried into the sand. Just remember that bit. But he always told us that they were told to look, but not look, not to take anything in, or they get into a lot of trouble. And he said, and then he had to sit on the back of a truck, and me and my sisters can't remember if it was, they had dry ice in those days or if it was ordinary ice, but some sort of ice in the truck. And they couldn't understand why. Him and another guy had to sit in the truck with guns, and they were told not to look under the tarpaulin. But if you knew my dad, you know, he would have had a sneaky look. And he did, and he said he saw these bodies. Now, when I think he said 2, but I think my sister says 3. So it's just memory. Like I said, he never told the story very often. And we used to giggle, yeah, like crazy, and say, "Go on, you know, what were they like? Was it scary?" And he used to say, "Hell no." He said they looked like, they have friendly faces. He said they look a little bit Asiatic looking, he said. Slanted eyes, much bigger heads than we had, you know, to go with the rest of their body in proportion, yeah. They looked about 4 foot tall. Now, he used to say they looked yellowish, but apparently anybody else who saw the bodies always says grey, but you remember the tarpaulin is going to be a green colour. So whether or not it's just where he was under the you know, the truck cover. And he said that they definitely didn't look human. They weren't human at all. And
were they naked bodies?
He didn't say. That's all he used to say, really.
This was where?
Well, he never used to say. He used to say out in the desert.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't until after he died that we realised it was the Roswell crash.
Oh, right. So
yeah.
he never actually said Roswell?
No, never, ever. No, we'd never heard of the place.
Right. And did he ever give a date?
Nope.
As to when this happened?
Nope.
He just basically said that there was...
Well, he was sort of secrecy, but he always finished up by saying, whatever you do, don't tell anyone you get Daddy into a lot.
She's telling the truth there with the body language I'm looking at. So.
Damn right she is.
Mm. She believes the story that she's been told anyway. And
I think she also, it's not just the story of a random person. This is a dad, you know?
Mm.
And you generally know your mum and dad quite well, don't you? Or you should do, if you've had any kind of decent relationship with them. Do you know, Roswell crash, I'm absolutely convinced that was ET event, you know. Totally convinced. Mm-hmm. There's just, the weight of the evidence is just overwhelming.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God! And the stupid explanations of weather balloon, Project Mogul. You've only got to look at that 1997 press release where they're trying to explain the bodies away as crash test dummies that time traveled back from a decade earlier. And do you know, there's actually something to this.
Well, it could be that two events happened though, Robert. Maybe the UFO crashed into a balloon and the balloon crashed and they used it as a cover story for the other one. So, you know, I sort of put spins on things like this, as you know. You got to always remember it could be 2 or 3 things that happened that day. And we're only hearing a mixed bag of the same thing, right?
Okay, but I mean, let's face it. At the end of the day, the Air Force were caught with their pants down.
Yeah,
weren't they? I mean, the cover story was pathetic. They even let a press release go.
Yeah,
I mean, I can read it from here now. I've only got to turn it around. There's a big headline: Royal Army Air Force captures flying saucer on ranch in Roswell. And then
that's the only house that has the internet on the wall, by the way. I'm just laughing at your wall off all your paper clippings. Your UFO library.
Yeah.
In case the internet goes down, we can always go and read it on the wall of Robert's house. But anyway, I'm just being funny.
No,
yes,
okay.
I'm just... it's just so much about that story. And of course, then you got the Martin Willis guy who was talking about a special project. What was it called now? He said it was like a high altitude radar surveillance thing. What do you call it? Salt something rather, or something like that.
No, that was a Skyhook balloon.
He didn't call it Skyhook. He called it Project something rather.
Skyhook, I said.
No, it wasn't. I don't think it was called that. It's on Martin Willis one anyway, and he was like the ultimate debunker that could explain everything away, right? Saying that there's a lot of secret military experiments that could explain a lot of what we've seen, but he didn't actually discount aliens completely, though. I can't remember what his name was now. Not the other crazy guy. Not the other crazy guy where he's talking about religion and all that sort of stuff. He was another guy. Was his name Paul as well? Martin Willis. We're trying to bring up his channel.
Oh, don't do it now. Let's. No, Paul, don't.
Okay.
Please don't do that. Please. Finish the interview first.
Righto. I'll see if we find it at the end if I don't forget.
Okay.
A lot of trouble, so of course we never did. He did say that another time he had to stand guard duty outside a hangar where a crash disc was stored, and his commanding officer came up and said, "Come on, Brownie, let's have a look inside." But everything was packed up and ready to be flown out to Texas the next morning, so they didn't see anything.
Do you think he decided to talk about it in '69?
Well, I think I don't know, perhaps he was waiting to see something on the moon. I suppose everyone was waiting to see if there was anything up there, you know. I can't remember watching his face or whether he was disappointed or excited or what, but...
And what were your feelings when he told you this at the time? Can you remember?
Well, I was only about 9 or 10, I think, so... Giggly, really. Just giggly.
Did you used to ask him to tell the story again?
Well, not till I was a teenager. And then Close Encounters of the Third Kind came out on television. Didn't see it in the pictures, but on television. And I remembered Dad's story, and I thought, wow, you know, go down to my dad's. Went down to my dad's house. And I said, you've got to watch this film, you've got to watch this film, because it might be something like you told us about. He watched the film, went down the next day, and to my disappointment, he said it was a load of SHIT. He said it was nothing like what he'd seen. And I tried to question him. That's the first time I'd ever tried to question him, right? And he got angry and said, look, I've told you enough, I can't tell you any more, don't pester me, that's all you need to know. But what makes me angry is that he had to carry that bloody thing with him all those years, you know? No help, you know? That's what upsets me. All those years, I mean, 20 odd years he was in the Air Force, Army and then Air Force. And no counselling, as far as I can see, no pat on the back or anything.
Apart from that the promotion.
This is 7th of May 1948. Recommendation for promotion to enlisted man, and it's to the commanding officer, Squadron D, 509th Aerodrome Group, Walker Air Force Base, Roswell, New Mexico. And I recommend that Sergeant Melvin E. Brown be promoted to the grade of Staff Sergeant. Sergeant Brown has diligently and industriously performed all duties assigned to him while on duty with Task Unit 741. Don't know what that was. During the peculiar and tedious circumstances resulting from this project, he clearly demonstrated the qualities and abilities desired of a Staff Sergeant.
Have you got any other documents there?
Just the bits and pieces that we found after he died. Of just proving that he was actually stationed in Roswell. I mean, some of them have got Jesse Marcel's orders on them as well.
Who's Jesse Marcel?
Well, Jesse Marcel was the commanding officer, wasn't he? Of the 509th. I think he was... can't remember exactly what department he was in. Intelligence, I think. Something like that. I think the reason that my dad was so angry when he was dying was because he didn't know where he was going. He didn't know if he was going to this place they say in the Bible, or he was going up there with these little bloody aliens running around, you know? He didn't know what was happening. The whole week when he was dying, that's all he was worried about. It wasn't...
You know, it's amazing. Like, obviously, she's an English girl, you know, and you understand a little bit more when it's in your own country. You understand, and I can just tell she is absolutely 100% truthful in what she's saying.
I can see that she's looking up to memory recall there as well. So the body language matches, you know.
Oh well. It's I don't know. I just hope there's some documentation out there that can prove this case, or there's somebody still alive today that you know has all the information on this case. And I really hope it puts everything to bed and just tell us once and for all. You know, they've not only been here, they screwed up and they've actually crashed here. And we got the bodies a lot. There's a lot more intelligent people than me, Paul, that believe this has happened as well.
Yeah. I think
but, you know, just before you carry on with that, I'll just say one more thing. Now, what do you think super secret technology, black project stuff in 1947, they'd still be hiding from us now? Nothing. Nothing. There was we were barely struggling to break the sound barrier in 1947.
I think it was John Michael. There was a guy called John Michael Greer on Willis Show, I think it was. I'm pretty sure he said Project Sky Cloud or something like that.
Is he making things up, mate?
Well, we can bring it up and see if we can find...
Sky Cloud. Yeah, let's finish the interview first.
Yeah, we'll bring it up at the end and just play a clip of it. There was the other crazy guy. What was he called now? The religious guy. Maybe he's deleted him. He was so bad.
Yeah, that clown. Yeah,
well.
he's the one that said, "Oh, it doesn't matter. I don't." About the Chicago incident, where he said Lonnie Zamora actually dug the holes in the sand himself to make out it was UFO landing. I don't know. He was an idiot, and I don't recall idiots, Paul. If someone's interested to me,
was it David Heplin? And let's see,
Paul, do you want to do this interview?
Yeah, it's crazy, all right. Yeah, okay.
He wasn't saying I love you and saying, you know, his goodbyes. All he was worried about, even in his sleep, was this damn place called Roswell, New Mexico, that we had never heard of. But there was a program on television about a book called Chariot of the Gods.
Oh no!
Yeah, where they were linking like UFOs to the Bible and that type of thing. He kept asking if we could try and get this book for him. I thought, oh my God, this is really the only books he ever reads is Zane Grey, you know, because he once met Zane.
Okay, listen now. That's rubbish. So what you're saying now that her dad was rubbish and he didn't experience what he did. This is where you go offline, Paul.
I'm saying,
listen, Paul. My dad had his own experience. Jesus. My dad had his own experience, and he started reading all kinds of books, and he was reading a load of crap. It ended up confusing him. Now that didn't make his story illegitimate, if you see what I mean.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that book is rubbish. Now, why
but
book?
But it's kind of neither here nor there, is it? He was looking for something, Paul. He was looking for an answer. Sorry. He was looking for an answer and probably ended up reading all kinds of shit. That makes the story even more legitimate for me.
Yeah, but he's looking in the wrong places here, I think.
Which everyone does. You go on the internet and type in UFO, and you're going to get 99% bullshit. And maybe 1% of something that, you know, you could consider legitimate.
Yeah. Because we did go through some of that Ancient Aliens Debunked, and a lot of it was...
Oh, yeah. Well, that's misleading as well.
Von Daken, or whatever his name is, Eric Von Daken.
Yeah.
Making false claims, like they were saying it was used hardest rock on Earth when it turns out to be sandstone or stuff like this, when they're actually telling lies.
Yeah, it wasn't granite like some of them said.
Yeah,
sure.
I can't remember what it was, but yeah.
Grey when he was a young boy, and he loved cowboy books. And we thought, well, this is bloody weird. But he managed to get hold of this book from somebody at work, I think. I can remember him looking in the Bible, looking in the book, looking in the Bible, looking in the book. Now, this is why I say the story is amazing, that how he found out. It's been quite a few years since he told the story. He became ill, he died. While he was dying, he kept saying... I tried to feed him some eggs one day, he wouldn't eat these eggs. And he was saying something, his words were slurred. And it sounded like raisins. And I said, raisins, Dad, what are you talking about? He said, they're raisins. So I said, what are raisins? And he just like this and looked away from me. And I said, what, in the eggs, is it a recipe? Because he cooked, yeah. So I said, and he went, oh, like this. He said, they're coming for me, they're coming for you, they're in Texas. And like the other time, he made everybody that was there in the room at the time sign this piece of paper about this federal bank with this trust fund in it that had been given to him. Wouldn't tell us why. And when he wouldn't tell us why, one of my, I think it was my brother-in-law, said to him, oh, what you do, Mel, rob a bank? And he got angry and he said, I've never done anything wrong for my country. He said, this is, you know, Uncle Sam business, that type of thing. He said, this was something that was given to me and I want you to go and find it for Mummy, because Mummy deserves this money. And we did try. We phoned up lots of banks. The original federal bank that he gave us the address of is not existent anymore, doesn't exist. And I can't remember exactly which bank. I had so many in front of me. I phoned up one and I said, look, my dad died. He said he had a trust fund from 1947. And she said, well, does this, yes, we do have something like that. She said, does this number begin with a 52? So I said, yeah, you know, I put my hand over the phone while she click-clopped off. I could hear her click-clopping off. I looked round at my mum, I was going, yeah, you know, something's happening here. And then she came back. She said, sorry, we have nothing like that. Have a nice day, and put the phone down. And I thought, oh, ticking off list, you know, he kept his mouth shut all those years. They said, there'll be some money for you, Mel, you know, when you're old brownie, when you've kept your mouth shut. And when your days are over, you know, get the money for your wife. But it's just a ticking off list. Swine. Eating in his sleep, he was just, Roswell. And we've never heard of this place. And this is what is truly amazing, yeah, because he died and we thought, well, what the hell did he ever do that for Uncle Sam that was so hush-hush, you know, and all this secrecy? What could have worried him so much? And we got together, and the only thing that we could think of was this UFO story he used to tell. We thought we'd ask somebody. So my ex-husband asked somebody he worked with, who was into UFOs and stuff like that, if he'd ever heard of a place called Roswell, New Mexico. So this guy says, well, yeah, you know, it's the most famous case history of a crash disc ever. And he gave this book to us to read, and it was by Burlitz and Moore. And we read this book and we just couldn't believe it, you know. It was all like what our dad had told us. And then my mum went upstairs and she started going through all the papers and everything that my dad had left behind, and found these papers with Roswell, New Mexico. And the man that was telling most of the story in the book, Major Jesse Marcel, you know, was my dad's commanding officer, or whatever you want to call him. You know, it was amazing stuff. There were these papers and everything. Then my sister saw Timothy Good on TVAM, and he was talking about his new book, Above Top Secret, and he mentioned Roswell, New Mexico. So she told me to phone him up. I phoned up TVAM, and they got in contact with the publishers, I think, and he phoned me, and he came round to our house, and of course he helped us, because we were in shock. I tell you honestly, we were in shock. You know, we were just wandering about, and it's not funny knowing this, you know, and I don't want to make money out of this, and I don't care who knows anymore, because the simple fact of the matter is, I just want a letter to say sorry. I just want something to say sorry your dad had to put up with all those years. I mean, it's no joke for me either. Fancy knowing half a secret, the most fantastic secret in the whole wide world. I only know half, if half, if that much.
They definitely found a disc, I think.
You know, am I ever going to find out the rest?
Possibly.
Because the memo says disc, doesn't it?
These men really, they should have been told everything. You know, if they are hiding any secrets, the men that were involved should have been the first people to know everything, just to clear in their minds and say, okay, yeah, okay, we understand that's going on. But no. And I think that's dreadful, terrible.
Can you give any idea as to how many people might have actually witnessed the crash?
All available men were grabbed, so you've got to think, really, it's got to be somebody who knows something about the base, yeah? I mean, there must have been quite a few. They were taking people from the kitchen staff as well, you know, everyone had to go, yeah? But the thing with my dad was he was an A1 rifleman, yeah? So I should imagine that would count. All he said is that he had stand guard duty, look, but not look, not to take anything in. They did, they were going to be court-martialed. And the other time he was standing guard duty outside the hangar where a crash disc was stored. Right. And his commanding officer came up and said, let's have a look inside. I suppose they were all curious. But imagine having to live with that, you know, all your life and not ever know any answers. And if they've got answers, then they should damn well, if they're not going to let the public know, then they should let the people involved know. But that's what makes me angry. It's this damn Roswell thing, you know. If I'd met an alien, yeah, and he said, hi, you know, I'm from blah, 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 and then I couldn't tell anyone, imagine that, you know, imagine. He must desperately, all those years, wanted to tell somebody, or know a little bit more about it, just to ease his mind. A couple of years after my dad had died, we got, of all things, a signed letter from Ronald Reagan through the post. Thank you for all your services, Melvin Brown. Oh, 2 years after he died, thank you very much.
Reagan knew about aliens for sure.
You know? They didn't even think of doing anything like that. I mean, it would have made these men feel better maybe if they'd been given a piece of paper to say thank you for being quiet all those years, and, you know, that would have made them feel a little bit better, wouldn't it? But nothing. Meanies. I used to be proud to be American. I wasn't born there or anything, but I always used to think of myself as being more American than English. I don't know why, but I did. Just the way I was brought up, I suppose. And not anymore. Not anymore. Because if they know more, I think they're so bloody mean.
But don't you think that would be the case with any government? Doesn't matter what country, they don't worry about that.
I don't know.
I think the British government probably knows as much as the Americans, but they also wouldn't allow anyone to talk about it, and we'd probably treat them in the same manner.
Yeah, I don't know. I tend to think that maybe the Americans know more than any other country do. I don't think all the countries know as much as they do, and therefore I feel a bit biased that they're meaner than everybody else. Now I can understand that it would make people panic, maybe. It would certainly upset religions and things. But with all the stuff on television and kids, I mean, kids aren't scared of them, you know? They've been brought up.
Yep.
There was a UK journalist that actually asked Margaret Thatcher. Remember Margaret Thatcher? She was in from, was it 1979? And I think she'd done 2.5 terms before she resigned, the Iron Lady, as they called her, in the Soviet Union. And there was a journalist that got quite close to her. And Thatcher and this journalist were in a cocktail party one night, and this journalist had picked up on the Rendlesham UFO incident. So she asked the question to Margaret. She thought at this point that she knew her well enough to actually ask the question. And she says, "Mrs. Thatcher, do you believe in UFOs?" And this is what the journalist said. Margaret Thatcher's response was, "Yes, my dear, but you can never tell the people."
And the question is why? More questions than answers.
And that's a good question, Paul. We're all crying out for disclosure, but if we really knew what was behind all this, maybe would be better for us not to know. I think the people here now that are listening, myself and yourself, and Wes and Rob, and all the other guys, Susan, Shelley, all the guys that join us, I think we could accept it more easily than the average guy on the street, you know? I'm not really sure how they'd take it. That's all I have to say, Paul.
Well, you see, it's going to be a backflow to all this, and that if they knew how the UFOs worked and they had some reverse technology, why didn't mankind benefit from it instead of using more fossil fuels and climate change and all this sort of business, right?
Yeah, I mean, but it's not just that. I mean, if you look at, I mean, if you want to believe Eric Davis and you want to believe Robert Sarbacker, and I certainly believe Sarbacker. If there's if there's ever been any recovered craft, they can't do anything with it. That's what those guys are telling you. It's just it's so far ahead. It's like giving Neanderthal man a mobile phone, a smartphone, and saying, "Hey, you can have this one if you can make me another 2." He hasn't got a chance, has he? And apparently, what they're doing in these secret access programs, that they're basically going every 10 years to reinvestigate it when science has moved on a little bit, and they're just putting it on hold. Then they just don't know what to do with it. They can't work it out. They know it's not ours, but they can't figure out how it works at all. I mean, imagine giving Christopher Columbus a nuclear submarine and say, "Hey, mate, that's yours. Make us another 2." He wouldn't know where to effing start, would he?
Well, I don't know if he could build a ship himself. He might be able to organise men to do it.
Yeah, out of wood, maybe. Yeah, but how's he gonna build a nuclear sub? We haven't even split the atom, for God's sakes. So yeah, okay. If we've got that kind of technology in our hands, I honestly don't believe that we could do anything with it at this stage.
Yeah.
up with aliens and UFOs.
Medals were American Defence Service Medal, American Campaign Medal. What's that one?
Asiatic Pacific
Campaign Medal, Philippine Liberation Ribbon with 1 bronze star, Good Conduct Medal, and Victory Medal. My name's Harriet Kircher. Coming up 36. Married, 3 kids. 3 little monsters, like all kids are. I don't know, I work, I'm home care, go around look after all the old people.
Tell us about Roswell and your dad.
Well, it's sort of when we were little, we used to come out with a silly story.
What story?
Well, about a UFO crashing. Really, all he used to say is, well, he said, I saw one once, and we used to say, well, what's that then, Dad? And he used to say, well, when I was at the station,
well, this proves there's two crash
one
sites
crashed, and that they all had to go out to it. And I said, well, did they tell you what it was?
And one
said,
had
no,
the bodies and the other one didn't.
Sort of afterwards. But when they got there, they all had to stand in a circle. He had to get on the back of a truck. And he got on the back of the truck, which they put the bodies inside. And he looked underneath when he shouldn't have. Then they went back to the base. He went in with somebody, I don't know whether it was a colonel or whoever, but they said, no, Brownie, let's go in and have a look at the bodies. And they went in there, but they'd already been packed up, you know, and ready to be shipped out.
The officer said, Brownie, let's go take a look. Another time, I'd say, I stand guard duty. That's right.
But wasn't that Undertaker talking about small coffins exposed by Randall, though?
Yes. Yes.
Although part of his story does seem to check out with this story here, though, doesn't it? So I don't know. It gets more and more confusing as when you look at the whole thing that's happened in the past.
Well, of course, it's confusing, Paul. It's a 1947 incident, and we're in 2020.
Yeah.
You have people jumping on the bandwagon. And muddying the waters, so we've got a very unclear picture now. We're looking at an incident through the fog, but when you weigh up all the witness testimony, it's overwhelming that something alien crashed at Roswell. I would go 95%.
Yeah.
No, do you know what? I'm going whole hog. I'm going 100%.
You always win a full hog.
It's a damn slunk.
Yeah. Yeah. Does kind of look that way, doesn't it? But it makes you wonder that maybe they debunked people, but maybe part of their story's true, but they embellished it. To make themselves sound a bit more credible, maybe, and we'll get money from it or whatever.
Well, one of the disappointing things that a lot of researchers found when they were investigating, the Roswell incident, and you got a whole host of them. Of course, there was Stanton Friedman. There would be no Roswell without Stanton, because he was the guy that interviewed Jesse Marcel first time round, and then you got Don Berlinser, and you got William Moore, you got Kevin Randall, and oh God, of course, the names are going out of my head now. Yeah, but there was several of them, and the problem that they had when they were interviewing these people, some of them was saying, "No, believe me, don't believe them." If you see what I mean, which is not a good situation.
Yeah, no, that's not a good situation. I can back up that guy's claims as a better solution, a better claim, rather than telling different stories.
Yeah. But I tell you what, for this not to be a real ET event, there must have been one hell of a bunch of liars in Roswell.
Or as it is, it may have been two events, and then maybe the UFO crashed into the sky, whatever it was, project, and crashed into the desert. And some of the debris.
The other two I was thinking about. Yeah, sorry. The other two I was thinking about was Donald Smits and Tom Carey.
Yeah. So if it crashed into an experimental balloon, high altitude balloon by mistake, maybe it didn't show up on their radar, because balloon, as you know, don't reflect radar very well unless they've got radar reflectors. Maybe it crashed into a balloon and crashed into the desert, and the balloon bits are there, and also the UFOs there.
I'll tell you what I think happened. This is my opinion on what happened, but I'm not sure. And this is just my opinion. I want you to know that. There was a lightning storm, thunderstorm in Roswell the day that thing came down, the night it came down. And it was a storm so big, it was unusual even to Roswell. Now, maybe even something like an alien spacecraft could have come down in those conditions.
Right.
You know, imagine entering a planet for the first time and you don't know its natural environment and what's likely to happen.
Yeah, but somehow I think a UFO would be designed for a lightning strike, because a plane can take a lightning strike.
Paul, this is it. We just don't know that. I mean, we could equally say the pilot was pissed.
It's possible.
How do you know? How do you not know that an alien species doesn't like his beer like we do?
Well, maybe the alien had
that.
It's more likely the alien had a heart attack and it crashed into the ground because they couldn't stop it in time.
Paul, that's as good as anything, mate. That's as good as anything.
That's right.
I mean, we've all got this like stupid fairy tale of aliens being like totally infallible to any weapon system or the environment, and there just seem to be these perfect things that can do. No, anything can be fallible. Any kind of life form that can. I mean, how long have we been flying aeroplanes around now, for God's sakes, and they still crash, don't they?
So you don't believe in Bob Lazar that some of these were dug up like an archaeological dig and ancient flying saucers?
Do you know what? Bob Lazar is just full of shit, and I don't want to even talk about him. I don't like that. He's just a sociopath that's muddied the waters. I don't believe any part of Lazar's story.
No.
I'd rather listen to real people like this, not people that are making stuff up.
But there is a possibility that a UFO could have crashed also in the Antarctica, because it's just like a desert after all, and would have buried it for thousands of years. So it's possible too. Although if it happened, it's been covered up pretty good as well. But I don't believe Linda Moulton Howe has the answers there with those Spartan 1 and Spartan 2. Someone's having her on, I'm afraid. Well, let's finish this off because we're getting on a bit.
You know, so, I mean, it was weird,
Sure.
you know.
How did you meet Mel?
I met him in 48, beginning of, latter part of 48.
In America?
No, here.
Yeah. He was stationed where?
At Bovingdon. I stood next to him so many times and took no notice of him. And finally he came into a dance hall and I had a dance with him because I'd been standing on the waiting to go dance. And he was the only one dancing with his hat on, and I said to my girlfriend, come on, we're not going to be wallflowers, we're going to pick the next two blokes that come round. And I picked him and he couldn't dance. And I kept telling her at the back of him to come round and excuse me, but she wouldn't. I went out one door. I said to him, I'm going home now. So I said good night to you. And he was walked behind me all the way out through the other door and come back in again. And he says, I thought you was going home. I said, no, I've just come back to collect me coat. But he ended up seeing me home.
Did you believe him when he talked about it?
I always believed in everything he said. He was that kind of man. He did my cooking.
When was the first time he ever mentioned it to you?
When you see a little bit in the paper?
Yeah, there's a bit in the paper. I can't remember whether it... Well, I say it was the Daily Mirror because that's what he always used to read and that's what was always delivered. And there was a little bit in that.
And he said, I was there. I was there when that happened. And then another time, I can remember going out with my friend. One time that sticks in my mind, and this is going back, I suppose it must have been the 70s. And I can remember we were walking down the main road that we've got here in Hemel. And we were walking down the road, and as I was walking up, there was this light above my head. And I can remember sort of thinking, what's that? And my friend was, say about 4 yards in front of me. So I was trying to sort of talk to her, but without saying anything because it frightened me. And she said, what's the matter? And as she turned round, it just zoomed off. Well, we ran like the clappers into the house, running into the living room and everything. And then we said to Dad what we'd seen. And then he come out with a little story again, but I mean, and then when he'd finished, he'd say, well, don't say anything because you will get me into trouble.
He did say, he said it because I can remember him saying it to you, not to be frightened, didn't he?
Yeah, so he always say, don't be frightened.
Carol said it at the same time as you did, and you both come running in, and your father says to you, what's the matter with you two? And you turn around and said, cool, we just seen something over the back of our head. Gary came in afterwards, and you said, did you see it? And he said, did he see it?
He saw it as well.
He said he see it zooming off. And your father turned around and said, well, there's nothing to be afraid of.
You only told the story of something.
Something reminded him of it. It's like when Close Encounters came out. I mean, he turned around and said, that's a load of bullshit. I mean, he did not think that was a very good film at all.
Was it all of it, or just bits of it, or the aliens in it?
All of it, I think, really. I think he was...
He said the UFOs didn't look like anything he'd ever seen.
Right.
I'll tell you what he did read a lot, and that was that one, that book.
Chariot of the Gods.
Yeah.
Yep.
Why? He did used to read the Bible as well, because if he used to get worried over anything or anything like that, he'd sit down and read that. And that's what really bothers me about this thing about Roswell. It's not the fact that it happened and that there's aliens out there. I couldn't care less, to be quite honest. They don't bother me at all. But the thing that really does bother me is that when Dad was dying, and I think that had played on his mind, and he must have been thinking, well, where in the hell am I going?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? If there's sort of somebody that's not interested in UFOs or anything like that, they think, oh, there's a heaven, there's a hell, you die, you're going so-and-so, which everybody
he wasn't
thinks
afraid,
about.
Was he?
No, he wasn't afraid.
Dad wasn't man, but that wasn't afraid.
But I mean, it was the things that he was coming out with. He kept saying they're going back to Texas, that we couldn't figure out what he was saying. And he was also saying, what was it else he was saying? He was saying that they're here and...
They're coming for me, they're coming for
you. They're coming for me and they're coming for you. And that is what he kept saying. And we kept saying, well, what are you on about? I mean,
just kept saying you're in Texas.
They're in Texas. And then, and I mean, it wasn't until a few weeks later that the penny sort of dropped, because I was sitting watching GMTV, as it was in them days, and Timothy Good was on it. And he was on there going on about Roswell, New Mexico, and a crash that happened there, and I thought, hello, this sounds like what Dad was. So I phoned her up, got her up out of bed, got her to phone up, TVAM or whatever it's called, and he did get in contact with us again, didn't he? And then he came to see us, and I mean, that's really how it started.
That thing in Florida, wasn't it?
Oh, we did. When we were stationed in Florida, we were all sitting out in the... Well, the houses there were in a cul-de-sac, 6 that way, 6 that way, and 6 that way. We were sitting with another couple, and it was getting about 9 o'clock, and night was coming in. And we happened to all be looking up, and we see this thing. In fact, we watched it for an hour, shooting across. It didn't shoot. It went in. Looked like it went into a big cloud sort of thing. Then we're still looking at it. And all of a sudden it come out the other end, but it was an hour we'd watched that because my neck was aching. So this other fellow was in the weather balloon place, and he went in and he telephoned, because there was a telephone at the bottom of our block, and he said, "Are you watching it on screen?" He said, "We have it on screen." So we see a flying saucer then, but my husband never said anything.
But he said, didn't he say that he said no, it's nothing to worry about because they're out there all the time?
Yeah, well, he did say, well, that's nothing, but I know I've got a stiff neck through it. But he says that's nothing. He said more than likely loads over about. That was a security base too. That was Eglin Air Force Base.
Is it the phone?
We bugged.
That's what she video of.
We thought that actually before, haven't we?
Is it still running?
Are we being
Wait till the men in black come.
Do you think it's a bug?
It's Mother, is it?
Could well be.
Like, when have you been
What
thinking
do you mean,
about?
me?
When we went to The autopsy film. When we were invited to the autopsy film.
No.
When we got home from there, I phoned up Beverly on one occasion for some reason. As I picked the phone up to talk to her, the phone clicked. Do you know what I mean? So somebody else had picked a phone up a few minutes after Beverly had.
I think there's a real autopsy film, but that wasn't it.
It happened about 2 or 3 times, actually.
Oh, no.
It was really peculiar.
It was after you saw the Roswell autopsy film.
Yeah, that happened. Well, it was about that very night, wasn't it? So we started acting stupid down the phone and saying stupid things. So there wasn't nothing. I mean, if they'd done that, they wouldn't find nothing out anyway, because we've got nothing to hide, and everything we've said before anyway. This one is my dad.
So that's pretty much it, isn't it? So yeah, better have a look at this button. So I sort of been given the hurry up to get off the internet because they want to do some vacuuming in here. So just we're gonna sort of wrap up soon. I think it's this guy here talking about some sort of project. Let's see if I got the right one. His name's Greer, of all people, which makes it highly suspicious.
Yeah, not to be associated with Stephen Greer. Hopefully.
Well, I don't know. It could be his brother. Who knows? Or cousin. Let's see. How can we find? Has it got?
Yeah. Okay. Can you just hold like?
Have we got audio back? I think we might have. No. Yes, we have. Are you there, Robert? Or have we lost Rob? Did we lose Robert at the same time? Robert. You there? Okay. I assume it's working. Not sure what's going on here, guys. Where's Rob gone? Okay, I think it might be this one. Let's see if I can find where he's talking about it. Make it quick. We got to wrap up now anyway. That's the second time we've lost audio. Crazy. Very crazy indeed. But that could be a new Windows bug, you see. Control F, is it? Yep, okay. Project. We'll search for the word project. 16 references, damn. Here we go. Project Flying Crowd. Project Flying Crowd. What did I say? Sky Cloud. It wasn't too bad. I think he's gone to the toilet, hasn't he? He's still got video up there. I don't think it's locked up. Okay, let's just have a listen to this. Let me know if it's working.
High altitude balloon tests. We now know about them. They've been declassified. Project Mogul, Project Flying Cloud, half a dozen others. They appeared when you saw them like a little silver dot in the air, moving from west to east, following the jet stream. Okay. There were Project Mogul in particular was balloons with these big structures to catch sound. The goal was to snoop on secret Russian nuclear tests. And
what's happening?
And all of a sudden, everyone's talking about UFOs. 1954, and thereafter, the U-2, the most secret airplane in the world at that time, the most high altitude plane at that time, was flying at an altitude where nobody believed an airplane could go. We now think of U-2s as painted black because they are. Back in those days, they were bare aluminum. At sunrise or sunset, you see one of those in the sky, it blazes like a bright red, orange light. And that was what people were going out and seeing on their UFO watching parties. Okay? The SR-71 was being tested at the same time, utterly secret. The first couple of generations of U.S. spy satellites. Now, back in 3 years before the beginning of the UFO thing, World War II, D-Day is coming on, and the U.S. military and the British military between them cooked up one of the biggest hoaxes in the history of warfare, manufacturing a fake army right across the English Channel from the Pas-de-Calais, the one particular part of France, to convince the Germans that that's where they were going to invade. And then, of course, they moved their actual armies further west and invaded in Normandy. They faked out the Germans completely. They had inflatable tanks. They had non-existent military units. They had teams of actors designed to make themselves look really busy to confuse aerial reconnaissance. It was brilliant. That same pattern of thought, I argue, is what guided the manufacture of the UFO phenomenon.
Please tell me you do not believe this bullshit.
We need to hide these things from the Russians. What are we going to do?
Listen to everybody. Here's opinion.
There's obviously something
I wouldn't say it's correct.
Let's convince everyone that it's little green men from Mars. And that, I am convinced, that's not all that's going on with the UFO phenomenon. One of the great problems with the phenomenon is that it's not just one thing. There's a variety of things happening. But one of the core elements of the story is that U.S. Air Force intelligence in particular has been playing this thing from the beginning as a way to cover up its own activities and to cover up what we're testing in the air. Here's another example. You mentioned triangle UFOs. Do you remember when those first showed up?
Yeah, Dave Marler is what would you consider the expert. There have been some that have showed all the way back, I believe, in the early 20th century. As far as the masses of them starting the late 1970s. I know a few people personally that have seen them like in 1978.
There were a few of them in the very late 1970s. They really took off in the 1980s. What other black triangle was suddenly was of top secret military importance right about that time?
B2
stealth technology.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say that. Now, I do want to pause you right there though for a minute.
Go ahead. I know I tend to get excited and run.
Get him, Martin. Get him.
Well, there's a lot of cases that that something like this doesn't fit. So, and that's what I just want to bring up, and that is, for instance, thousands of people saw the Phoenix lights, and that was miles wide, not multiple miles wide, and a lot of people say the same thing. Maybe there is a technology where they can float with no sound and like anti-gravity or whatever it is they're doing, and but when something is massive, I just can't see, and a lot of people are claiming to see things, at least several hundred yards wide and longer and wider. So that's where it just is a puzzle. In
there, go on.
No, that doesn't fit a lot of where I think you're going.
Well, again, one of that's why I make the crucial point. The UFO phenomenon is not just one thing.
Yes,
it's basically what we've got going on here is a situation where there is let's talk about let's say there's a social phenomenon called the UFO. We all have that image of the flying saucer in our minds. We all grew up at this point with the idea of little green men and flying saucers from Mars or what have you as part of our culture, part of our...
This guy sounds like that Professor Fess guy. Do you remember that guy? Robert?
Oh, there's another dick for you. Listen, if you want to know what John Michael Greer is about, mate, I've got a link for you.
No, I was just trying to find out that project. I think it was Project Sky
Yeah,
Cloud.
this guy is basically a druid. He's all about all kinds of strange nonsense, and the explanation to Roswell does not fit at all.
Have you lost sound again?
Have I? Can you hear me?
There was a click sound, so I'm not sure what caused that. Can
you hear me now?
You know, I can hear you.
Okay.
I think we didn't lose at that time. The Kumo project mapping in the clouds in the sky. What's that one? So yeah, it did come up. Sky with no clouds, no. Project Sky Cloud.
Paul,
I think...
you know, I kind of feel you're looking for a logical explanation to Roswell, and you're trying to fit a round peg into a square hole. There is no logical
right, here we go.
explanation.
Project Mogul, Project Flying Cloud.
What a load of bollocks.
Let's have a look. Project Flying Clouds. Keep thinking sky, but it's flying. Let's see if there's any Wikipedia on it. Flying Cloud, there is. Okay, let's see what that says. Doesn't say much at all, does it? So what's it saying here? Which one are we looking for? Clipper built? Nope. Produced? Nope. C2 ships? Nope. Cold War balloon bomb project? That could be it. Okay, let's have a look at that one. Weapons system.
What crashed at Roswell was not a balloon.
Yeah, but we just want to find out what this guy's talking about. I want to find out what this guy's talking about, though. Weapons System 124A, given the codename Flying Cloud, was a project of the United States Air Force to use high-altitude balloons to deliver bombs and weapons of mass destruction on enemy targets.
Yes,
so that would have been a nuclear bomb, right? And of course, if it's a balloon, it's less likely to be detected by radar, so it could just fly over the country, drop its payload, and boom, they're gone. Tested in late 1954, the project was found to be unfeasible from the standpoint of accuracy, and the project was terminated the following year. So this is 54. It's after Roswell, so this is why he's bringing it up, I guess.
Paul, it was 1954. So now, even more scary than aliens, we've got time-traveling balloons that went back to 1947.
It was tested in 1954. It doesn't mean it wasn't around 1947, though. I think that's what he's trying to say.
Paul. It was tested in 1954 because it was being tested. It wasn't actually available in 1954.
Yeah. So he's blabbing on the show about this, and we've already debunked him because the year doesn't match up. That's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to say. This guy's a bit of a turkey.
I'm glad you came to that conclusion. I really am.
Anyway, we'll leave it there. You got the link. Did I give you a link to this one anyway? Greer one. If you want to go listen, have a listen to this guy. He's actually there's quite a laugh actually.
He's well, yeah. That's
Martin makes some really good points on it. Martin's show.
Yeah, and listen, you know, Wes is making a fantastic point. Why in the hell would you use a balloon to drop a nuke? For God's sakes, that's completely stupid. Paul, you're saying some really strange.
Well, it's high altitude. Well, it's high altitude.
It doesn't matter.
And if you shoot
how can
missile,
but if you shoot drop it with any accuracy, you can't, can you? A balloon doesn't have radar; it doesn't know where it is unless there's a little guy in the balloon pulling a string that releases the nuclear weapon. Oh, come on.
Yeah, I don't know if how they're going to do it, but if it's high altitude, it's beyond planes, right? And
listen, if there was
and it's
anything
beyond
like
missiles
that,
as well.
Paul, if there was anything like that, we'd know about it by now.
Well, they abandoned it as a bad idea, like you're saying. It wasn't accurate enough, right? And it's been replaced with, obviously, drones. It's probably been replaced with drones and guided nuclear bombs now that we don't know about. There's going to be some other better projects out there, right? But anyway, we can wrap up here. Stop getting your knickers on a twist, old lad.
If you stop talking shit, I'll be fine.
You do get round up a lot, Robert, don't you? Hey, look,
Paul,
we're just.
Yeah, it takes me all week to get stuff together. Yeah, and then I like to see it be shown to the people.
Well,
that's my only complaint.
Well, I like to show it to the people too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we got there.
You're talking head, man that likes to talk.
We got problems with the tech again, which is really strange, but I can't work that one out. It's almost like the USB gets turned off. So who knows? It must be Windows 10 issue.
It's very unusual that I've had problems on my side as well, because this internet connection has been fine for a long time now.
Well, it's not Minicam that crashed. Minicam's been good. All the new improvements have been good. It's only the mixer that's playing up now, which is since the Windows update. So maybe it will get fixed with the next update. Who knows? Maybe they'll find that everybody's has
I think the Men in Black don't like you taking the mick out of them with your Men in Black video.
It may be just a bad connection on my USB headset. Maybe that's crashing the mixer. So it could be anything stupid like that. It could be a hardware problem developed. But yeah, I just might have to play around with that idea actually. We'll get there. We'll better computer in the end, I suppose. But obviously it's going to take money and time. But we'll just round up now, and thanks for everybody joining us.
Yeah, and we've got somebody new.
Have we?
Fast machinist. Hello all. Hello guy.
We got someone new in the side chat, have we?
Yeah, please join us again. We're right at the end.
Right, I see that. You're at the end of the show, but you can go back to the beginning of the show and watch how it started off. But yeah,
not too well.
We got to update the description because we've sort of changed it a wee bit tonight. But anyway, gotta go. We didn't do FMI.
Okay. Okay. The farmers. Yeah. FMI.
I'll just bring it up.
Shoot, was
First one was...
Oh, yes, the Farmers Factometer Index. Okay, the first two cases, Milton Torres and the 1976 Iranian case, I'm going to go all the way with them.
Yep, that 1957 one's definitely a good 5 there. Probably even a ram, a home run.
Oh, yeah, good go for that.
Yeah, could be that one too. 5 plus a bit. What do we do after that one? Roswell? No, what was it?
Yeah, well, not really. It was
Blue
kind
Book.
of a Blue Book.
Yeah.
And Roswell combination, wasn't it, with that dodgy guy?
Yeah.
Lieutenant Colonel French.
Yeah.
Highly dodgy. I would say I would only give that. I'd only give it nothing. I'd give it a 0 if I could, but
right.
Okay, it's only a 1.
A 1 is. What do we do after that, Susan?
Okay, no, it's okay. Got it all in my head, Paul. The one we done after that was
helicopters
over the Bristol Channel. I'd go 4 with that one.
Just trying to think. Yeah, the guy was going to no, helicopter one. Yeah, it was only a little short thing, wasn't it? I don't think there was enough information there to give it really a high rating.
No, and
but there was a lot of MOD stuff there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it was well covered. That's for sure. And
I'll go 3 on that one.
I'll go 4 because there's an obvious cover up there, and that's why there's so little information about it. So I'll go 1 more than you. I'll go 4.
Okay.
But I'm a believer.
You are.
Yeah, and Wes is asking the Bermuda Triangle case next week, 100%. And I'll tell you what, Wes will do that first up.
Yeah.
And maybe do some other stuff on the Bermuda Triangle cases, because there's been many of them as well. So I'll try and find a bit more info on that for you.
Of course, Roswell was the last thing. We sort of covered 2 parts, really.
Yeah, I think those.
But that's for you is this one
girls.
here. Yours is a home run on Roswell, as far as you're concerned.
Yeah.
So that's a 5+.
The whole thing with Roswell is 5 out of 5 with me. I think an ET craft crashed at Roswell in 1947 and has been a cover up ever since. There you go. I've said it.
But it's a lot of embellishment in there. So really, I'm just sticking with a 4 there until the government releases all the information on it.
Yeah, but 4 is good for you. It's good for you.
Yeah. Those guild witnesses recounting the story there, I think is probably the most credible bit I've heard on the Roswell, actually, so far.
Oh, I don't know. I'll tell you what. We'll do.
It's made it more credible to me, anyway.
Well, I'll tell you what. We'll do a little bit more on Roswell next week, and we'll do Bermuda Triangle as well.
Yep. And it sort of also makes the Nimitz case even more believable, that 57 case. So, and it's been around for a long time. We lost you again. Yep. Okay. I'm just going to end up the credits now, guys. So thanks for commenting and your support, and any donations and all that sort of business. It can only get better. We got some technical problems, or Men in Black interfering. Who knows what's going on there? But I bet if we did a show on cats or something, there'd probably be no problems whatsoever. But maybe we should just do something like that one day, just to prove a point. But anyway, good night all, and we'll just fire this up.
Yeah, and can I just apologise for my little tantrum earlier?
Okay. We knew you were going to come back anyway. Paul upsets everybody.
You certainly do.
But they always come back. Well, if they're good people.
I'm not quite sure how you do it. Like, I'm really not sure how you do it.
How I get them to come back? Because they know that I'm for the good. I think, you know.
Yes, you are. On that, agreed.
Hey, Wesley's given us a little donation. Thanks, mate. I'm not sure if it's going to play. I'm not sure if it'll play the donation, but we'll see. Oh yes, it does. On the good night. That's the first time we've had that, actually.
Wow, cool.
It looks actually good, actually, doesn't it? Showed up really good.
Yeah, it looks amazing now with the background.
Yeah, it did, didn't it?
Yep.
But people want me to make a new intro of a Kiwi coming out of a UFO, and it's got laser eyes and it shoots Blake Cousins and the Goof on all people like that, and vaporizes them.
You'll have to get Paul. You'll have to get Charles on every Sunday now if you can. You know.
You reckon? Okay. Good night, Paul.
Yeah, definitely. Good night. Same time next week.